Tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she has been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. Rishi Sunak goes on to say, when it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family. I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she's ready. That statement coming from the Prime Minister. Laura, interesting, isn't it, that he talked about how unfairly treated she's been?
Yeah, and I think now you can look back and sort of understand, you know, that the pressure, as I say, had been absolutely immense on her. I think it stemmed from a positive place and that there was genuine concern when she, as one of the most photographed women in the world, was out of the spotlight for so long. As I say, it felt like it gave an audience to the conspiracy theorists, but now we know that she was really dealing with something serious and sort of having had to undergo this surgery, which we know was major abdominal surgery, which in itself required a huge amount of strength to get through, to then process the cancer diagnosis and then start the course of preventative treatment. That is a lot. I mean, this news, I think, will come as a real shock, I think, to people and without doubt can put to bed, hopefully, for the last time, the rumours, because here we have a young mum undergoing cancer treatment. She's a very high-profile person. She's Princess of Wales. But she is, of course, a mum to 3 young children, and they need her support hugely at the moment. And I know Prince William, we understand, is very much focused on giving that support as much as he can to his family, while obviously having to carry on with his work too.
Yeah, of course, it does answer some of those questions that people have been pondering over recent weeks. Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, also with us here. Just explain, Thomas, what preventative chemo actually means.
Yeah, let me just take you through that statement, because there's lots of things there I think we need to highlight so people really understand what Kate is going through. They said that at the time of the major abdominal surgery, it was thought that it was non-cancerous. Whatever she and her doctors didn't like was clearly removed during the procedure. And then it's sent off for a biopsy. That's when they do tests on the cells, and that's when they would have discovered that it was, after all, cancerous. Then they are now talking about preventative chemotherapy in case there are any other cells that were left behind after the removal of what was taken out during surgery itself, to make sure that those aren't the seeds of a cancer that grows back. That's the whole idea of chemotherapy. Now, we don't know what the cancer is. We don't know what the treatment is, and some chemotherapies can be very difficult to take. The side effects can be quite brutal. Not always, but can be. And that is, I think, why we have to give huge understanding to Kate and what the family is going through now. You can hear, too, the mental anguish for her and Prince William and the children, too, that this is an awful lot to process. Cancer is still the C word, the diagnosis that nobody wants to hear, that it is still very difficult to take, even though the treatments have got much, much better, that the outlook is much better than it ever has been before. It is still the dreaded diagnosis, and it takes time to process yourself, but also to find the words to explain it to very young children. And many people would have been through that process, can understand how difficult this has been for her and for William too.
Yeah, she reflected on that, didn't she, in that statement, saying, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone. Rather lovely, those words at the end. And, of course, also, Thomas, we don't know what stage the cancer is at. The timing of all of this is quite vague.
Absolutely. One would hope that, given that the surgeons initially, based on what information they had before the operation and by looking at the material that was removed, would have been reasonably confident this was a fairly early stage. But they will be doing further tests just to be sure that there hasn't been any spread and so on. And that is to the purpose of chemotherapy, that you can mop up any cells wherever they are, and hopefully they are still local to the original tumour.
Yeah, also hearing from the First Minister of Wales, Vaughan Gething, saying deeply saddened to hear the news about Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. On behalf of people across Wales, I would like to send our love and support to the Princess and her family at this very difficult time. All of our thoughts are with you as you continue your treatment. Vaughan Gething, the First Minister of Wales. Let's have a listen once again then to that video statement from the Princess of Wales.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
The Princess of Wales there announcing that she is receiving treatment for cancer. That was her video message. While commenting on the announcement, NHS Chief Executive Amanda Pritchard has said the following. On behalf of the NHS, I'm really sorry to hear this shocking news. Our thoughts are with the Princess of Wales and the royal family, especially while her treatment continues. We know how difficult a diagnosis and treatment journey can be for patients and their families. Speaking out about it is really brave, and it can help others to get worrying signs and symptoms checked. That comment from the NHS Chief Executive Amanda Pritchard. Well, joining me now is the royal commentator Jenny Bond. Jenny, thank you for being with us this evening. What went through your mind when you watched and listened to that video message?
Two things, really. What a courageous young woman she is. How very brave to make a video message like that. She didn't have to, but she did that partly because I think of all the ridiculous, absurd theories that have been going around on the internet. And that really is my second thought. It is that I hope that those social media trolls who have peddled such ghastly, hurtful theories will now realise what they've done and be absolutely ashamed of themselves. And I hope we'll all take pause for thought and not be led by the nose by what goes on social media. But I think we should think What a brave young woman. She obviously has got a bit of a battle ahead. She's just been trying to keep her family together, keep her thoughts together, look after those precious children. And my heart absolutely goes out to her. And I think that everyone's estimation of her will go sky high now.
She absolutely has a right, doesn't she, to privacy, especially over sensitive medical issues. But do you think the palace have made this decision because of all that pressure you mentioned, because of those online trolls?
Yes, probably. And I don't think she should ever have felt that she was required to go sit in front of a camera and make a statement about her health. But I think that she has been pressured by the media into doing that. But she is a strong woman. I mean, I think we look on the very bright side here. She says she's going to be okay. She's getting stronger every day. She's looking forward to getting back to work, but she needs more time. She'll obviously need quite a lot of time. I thought that she looked as beautiful as ever, rather pale. And obviously the chemotherapy is going to take its toll. But her absolute priority will be those children. And just think what they've all been going through in these past few weeks. Think of William going out and doing his work, taking on some of his father's burden of work as well, doing it as cheerfully as he can, and then going home, hopefully to get his kids from school and comfort his wife. What pressure the man has been under. And he just took one tiny day off, which was essentially a private engagement service for ex-King Constantine, and he got really massacred for that. You know, why did you pull out? I just feel the whole family's been under such pressure, and her parents as well have been going through it, obviously. I think we absolutely must give them all now the time and space, and as much time and space as they want and need.
And of course, we have seen those allegations of her medical records being looked at. We saw the huge row over the doctoring of that photograph as well. And I mean, this will help people understand perhaps why she felt the need to do that.
Well, you know, I'm sure she must feel assaulted from all sides. And I think we as a society should feel utterly ashamed of ourselves, actually. This is a woman who has had a major setback at the prime of life. And we have not treated her with the kindness that she deserves. And I think we should take stock of that and forthwith be as kind as we possibly can to her. She's a very brave young woman.
And we now have a situation, of course, Jenny, where two senior members of the royal family, the King and the Princess of Wales, both announcing that they have cancer, both undergoing treatment at the same time.
Yes, it's a very extraordinary situation, a very sad situation for the family. But I'm sure they will gain some strength from one another, actually. The King and Catherine have always been very close, full of admiration, one for the other. And they're going through this together. So I suppose that may be some comfort to them. And what we must do now is let them do that and gather their strength and get on with their recovery.
Of course. And for other members of the royal family, well, they will be rallying round as they have with the King and stepping up when it comes to their royal duties and helping out where necessary.
Yeah, and you've got pictures there of Queen Camilla, and I think you know, hats off to her as well, because she's been taking on a really heavy workload and travelling all over the place, Northern Ireland, the Isle of Man, around the country, and all the time knowing that you know, her husband's going through treatment, and knowing as well what Catherine's been going through, and seeing the pressure that whole family has been under. So I think she's been doing a fantastic job, and we must admire her for it.
OK, Jenny, many thanks as always. Jenny Bond, royal commentator there, thank you. We've just had reaction from Sir Keir Starmer, who says the following: on behalf of the whole Labour Party, I want to send my very best wishes to Her Royal Highness at this distressing time. Our thoughts are with the whole royal family as they come to terms with the news and as they support the Princess of Wales through her treatment and recovery. Any cancer diagnosis is shocking, but I can only imagine the added stress of receiving that news amid the lurid speculation we've seen in recent weeks. Their Royal Highnesses princesses are entitled to privacy and, like any parents, will have waited to choose the right moment to tell their children. I'm heartened by the Princess of Wales's optimistic tone and her message of faith and hope. Her Royal Highness will be in our thoughts and prayers as she progresses through her treatment with the love and support of not just her whole family, but the whole nation too. That is Sir Keir Starmer, leader of the Labour Party. Well, our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is here, also our science correspondent Thomas Moore. Interesting what Jenny was saying there, Laura, mentioning that moment where William came under the spotlight for missing that memorial service, and we were told it was a personal matter, but this could well have been it.
Yeah, we will never know the reasons for that. But, you know, we just don't know simply. But you get a real sense, I think, of how much there has been on the whole family there, really. They've had to go through an awful amount. I mean, I think the news that she had this major abdominal surgery in January was big news. And this, a cancer diagnosis, a course of chemotherapy, is a real shock. And I'm just blown away, I think, by the bravery, I think, of the Princess of Wales to sit there this week in Windsor and record a message looking relaxed. I think her voice felt like it was faltering at times.
It did a bit, didn't it? I thought that, yeah.
Understandably, though, because she's had to have some really difficult conversations, not conversations about her health with her medical team, but, of course, conversations with her family, too. We know she's incredibly close to her parents, to her 2 siblings, but, of course, the 3 children. And we understand, like any parent, they've been the absolute priority over the last few weeks, and that the reason I think this news is being released and shared now is very much the right moment in terms of making sure the children had the time to come to terms with that news themselves, to be able to understand it as much as you can when, you know, they're sort of 10 and under, aren't they? And to be able to process it, ask the questions that children do before it's public, before they're then back in the classroom with everyone talking about it, because we understand that's what's been happening. I mean, children are children, and you know, it's very, very difficult for them. So the Prince and Princess of Wales wanting to focus on their children, getting the message to them, making sure they understood this. And Kate saying in that video as well, she wanted to be able to explain to the 3 kids that she is going to be okay. You know, she says there, I am well, I'm getting stronger every day. She's focusing on the things that will help her heal her mind, her body, her spirits. So she is obviously feeling positive. She wanted to get that across to the children, but waited until today because the children broke up from school. They're off school for over 3 weeks now. So there's a proper period where they will come together as a family. We wouldn't expect to see them on any engagements throughout the Easter holidays anyway, but you would hope they will spend the right amount of time that they need to spend together, looking after each other, supporting each other and answering those questions, because children will ask questions and they will have to find the words and the way to address all the things that must be going through their minds as well.
And initially, of course, when we heard about the Princess's illness, we were told that she'd be back at work, carrying out royal duties after Easter. Clearly, that's not going to happen. And in fact, we've not had any time frame, have we? We don't know how long her treatment will take. We don't know at what stage her treatment is at. And we certainly don't know when she may feel like returning in whatever form to public life.
No, I mean, we were always told that her return to public duties after the abdominal surgery would be based on medical advice taken at the time. So we were told that probably won't be before Easter. Now, clearly, things have changed since then. I mean, we understand, though, that when she says there that how the work that she does do gives her this deep sense of joy. She was very saddened, we were told, when she had to cancel engagements sort of from January onwards. I would have thought she will want to carry on with the work as much as possible. I met some of the health visitors she's been supporting in a project that's really close to her. And I know, speaking to the team there, that she was kept up to date with the latest on that project. So I think behind the scenes, she's being kept abreast of the work. I mean, her early years' work, it will be her life's work. This is the cause that she really, really cares about. As to when she'll be able to return to work, then clearly it is right that she has this time and space and the privacy to recover, so that decision can be made when the time is right for her.
Interesting, Thomas, that in her statement she said, as she'd said to her children, George, Charlotte and Louis, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. And certainly she seemed well in that video message. Do you think that is just putting a brave face on it, or do you think she genuinely feels okay?
It may well be genuine. It probably is that people who are in the early stages of cancer feel well. It is surreal to them that they've been told that there are cancerous cells in their body that need to be dealt with, and it takes a while for it to sink in. And in many ways, the treatment may be harder to take. That the side effects of chemotherapy can be tougher. Now, chemo itself usually takes between 3 and 6 months. There will be rounds of treatments where she will be having drugs, normally through a pump straight into her veins, and that will go on round after round, and there will be periods where she's not receiving any treatment. They're waiting to see what impact those drugs are having, to give her body some time for the cells to take effect, for the drugs to take effect. But the effects can vary, because these drugs target rapidly dividing cells. That's what a cancer is. But it also can target things like rapidly growing hair follicles, the cells that produce blood, platelets and white blood cells and so on. And that is where the side effects come from. So, and that is what does take time, that they can't go too hard, too fast, just so that she can still function as a person.
Yeah, it can be really debilitating, can't it? Thomas, thank you. Professor Pat Price, oncologist and founder of the Catch Up with Cancer campaign, has said that I'm sure everyone will admire the fact that the Princess of Wales has chosen to speak so openly and frankly about her situation. And as Jenny and Laura have been reflecting, she goes on to say this announcement is a stark and shocking reminder that cancer is no respecter of age or social status. If you're just joining us, the news this evening that the Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer. In the last half an hour or so, she released this video message.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
An announcement there from the Princess of Wales. Joining me now is Dr. Carol Sikora, consultant oncologist and leading cancer specialist. Thank you very much for your time this evening. I know you've been watching that video message along with the rest of us, and you must be struck by her bravery, something which so many people have when they get this awful revelation that they are going to have treatment for cancer.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing how people of all sorts, from all walks of life, adapt. And, you know, what I've seen in my career, more than 40 years as a consultant, is that the way in which treatment's delivered is so much nicer now, so much more patient-friendly than it was when I began. When I was a Hassel junior doctor, I'd draw up the chemotherapy myself and give it at 10 o'clock at night. Now nurses take over the chemotherapy suite, and it's really done very professionally, and she will be getting the best care possible.
And of course, cancer treatment has come on leaps and bounds, hasn't it?
It has, and what really is happening is that we can predict the right treatment for the right patient. So what's happened, she probably has colon cancer. It's not been revealed. That's the most likely but the scenario. And she's having what we call adjuvant treatment. She called it preventive treatment. Same thing, adjuvant treatment, because the risk of recurrence is high. It doesn't mean she's got recurrence. It means that the risk may be high, and the adjuvant treatment is thrown in to reduce that risk. And although it's unpleasant, all chemotherapy is not something you want to do. It is of great benefit, and lots of clinical trials over the last 20 years have shown the profound benefit of the sort of drugs that would be given to her for this purpose.
Yeah, and of course we're keen that we don't speculate on the type of cancer she has, or indeed on the treatment. That is, as you know, will be a private matter for her and her family. But what was very positive, I thought, in her statement was that she said she feels well. She feels that she's getting stronger every day. That must give you some hope.
It does, and she's got a powerful family to support her. And I think that's so important for people. They need the support of a family. The tiredness you get with it is just the constant visits to hospital, the blood tests, the x-rays, the assessment scans. All these are part of the process of chemotherapy. And it does tire you out. So a bit of joy and rest over Easter will do her a lot of good, I would imagine.
And two members of the royal family, of course, going through this together, the King as well. We know that he visited her in hospital at the same time that he was having his initial treatment as well. But they'll be getting a lot of support from each other.
They will. And, you know, that's what cancer patients find. They get support from the staff, doctors and nurses. They get support from their own family. And there's a sort of community of cancer patients. And also, she mentioned in her little speech about the mind, body and spirit. And it's so important. It's not just the physical getting rid of the last cancer cell to cure the disease. It's all about coming out at the end of the journey better than where you were when you went in. Some people believe you can actually grow spiritually by having cancer. I'm a bit cynical about that, but certainly she'll do well. She's the sort of personality that's positive, and she will definitely do well.
How you talk about that community of cancer patients, how helpful is it to people who are going through something similar to know that someone as high profile as Kate is also on that journey with them?
Cancer's an absolute leveler, you know, rich, poor, black, white, it doesn't matter. We're all going to get it. Many of us, however long you live, if you live to be 100, your risk of getting cancer is considerable. It's a sort of, we're not meant to live to be over 40, basically. Evolution of Stone Age man was different than what we have now. And now we live a long time, and cancer's part of it. Cancer Research UK calculated that about 1 in 2 of us are going to get cancer in our lifetime. It's never been so high. Many of the cancers will be cured, and every year you see improvements in the quality of care, the pleasantness of care, and also the outcomes, which are getting better and better every year.
Nonetheless, you know, for someone so young in the prime of their life to get this diagnosis is incredibly unsettling, isn't it?
It is, and I think she is a role model, and I think it was tremendous to give that little video clips because, you know, it shows that she's an inspiration to other cancer patients that are beginning chemotherapy, that are on it, that are having radiotherapy or any other treatment for cancer. It's not the end of the world. You can get through it in many cases.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Doctor. What sort of advice do you give to people who are beginning a treatment course about the side effects and about how to deal with them and about how to stay strong? Because often it's not the cancer making you feel unwell, but it's what they're putting in your body to kill that cancer.
It is. And the most important thing is to take lots of rest when you can, especially within the 48 hours after the chemotherapy. It's given every 2 to 3 weeks, usually, and have lots of rest, watch television, read magazines, don't try and do normal jobs. And then the other thing is looking after your spirit, looking after how you feel. Exercise is just great for cancer patients. We don't use it enough. I'm not sort of going to the gym or anything, but walking, spring's coming, walking around the park, around public footpaths, great for cancer patients. And also doing things you love, that's also important. And, simple complementary therapies can help. And I'm sure King Charles is a great believer in complementary therapies for all sorts of things. I'm sure he's doing it, and I'm sure Kate will be doing some. And massage, acupuncture, counselling, all these things help for the journey, which can be arduous for people.
Yeah, I really can. Good advice. Thank you very much, Dr. Carol Sikora, consultant oncologist and leading cancer specialist, with his thoughts. Thank you. Well, I'm joined now by Christina Kyriakou, former Communications Secretary to King Charles. Good to have you on the programme. What are your thoughts at this news?
Oh, hello, Jonathan. Jonathan, I have to say, I feel that the Princess of Wales has handled this with dignity and decorum. What a time for her, and explaining this to her children and making sure that they fully understand that she will get through this, that she will come through this enlightened rather than frightened, and so will they. And I just think how magnificent of her to have given that message, to appeal for privacy. Of course, there's been a little bit of a hiatus in the UK because we haven't seen her, and she is so loved and we're so used to seeing her. And as a Windsor resident myself, I know there is so much support for her and people just wishing her well, even before they heard this evening's news that she's having preventative treatment for these precancerous cells.
And do you think it will now put an end to all those awful rumours online, all that speculation, all those conspiracy theories?
I think it's very sad, Jonathan. We live in a strange world, and I would like to say that I think the British media have behaved terribly respectfully. I know there was a hiatus over the manipulation of the Mother's Day photo, but until that point, they weren't photographing the princess. They weren't going to the school. They weren't doorstepping her, or any of those things that sometimes people imagine newspapers and paparazzi are doing. And unfortunately, when conspiracy theories start online, the world is a journalist. That's not newspaper speculation. That's everybody speculating. And unfortunately, because the Princess of Wales is as known as she is, she's the most photographed woman in the world. It will start people speculating, gossiping, and around a rumour, which has been terribly difficult, I'm sure, for her and the whole family. However, she is used to that, and her main focus at the moment is her family and getting better. And I loved hearing that she is going to put a positive spin on this, and it's mind, body, and spirit. And walking, as the consultant just said, and with the spring coming, fresh air, and just relaxing and trying to take care of herself while that preventative treatment does its job.
And Christina, as a former communications secretary, how do you feel that the palace, the palace's press office have dealt with this? We don't know the timeline as to when she found out this news, but would you have advised perhaps that this video message came out sooner to stop those conspiracy theories before they really did get out of hand?
I think the video message this evening is the video message that is timed perfectly for the Prince and Princess of Wales. They've had to get their children used to this idea and used to the fact that mummy's going through more treatment and it will be intense and invasive treatment. And so I don't think anyone can sort of say that this should have come earlier or you know, that we should have been kept more informed. Kensington Palace were very, very, very clear that the surgery that she was having was intense surgery and she wouldn't be back till after Easter in any event. And they now have done an update just before Easter to say that whilst the cancer wasn't found, there are some cancerous cells and they want preventative treatment to make sure that they do not come back. And she's been getting over that operation, as you have to do before you take any cancer treatment. And she's now stronger. She looked absolutely beautiful. And she can go into that treatment with a positive attitude, knowing that her children understand. Let's forget the world understanding. Let's just remember there's 3 youngsters and they now have an understanding of what their mother's condition is and that she's going to get through this.
So it may be some time, mightn't it, before we see her back in any sort of public role, and rightly so. She needs time, obviously, to recover and recuperate. What does that mean for other members of the royal family?
I think we've got used to a slimmed-down royal family while the king is undergoing his treatment, and we've also we have had time to get used to the Princess of Wales not being around, and we'll just have to weather that for a little bit longer. The one thing that I can say is that cancer treatments and preventative treatments are superb. There have been so many developments, and I know you're hearing from wonderful, learned experts on your programme, and she will get through this. I absolutely have no doubt about that whatsoever. I've had my own cancer struggles, and I know with the attitude that she's taking and the positivity, this is a preventative measure, and I feel that that word is key, a preventative measure. It's an insurance policy to make sure that those cells don't come back. And she can do a lot of other things which wonderful experts will be advising her of, whether that's juicing green, whether it's... There's so many wonderful things that one can do when one is undergoing cancer to ensure that the body is better equipped to make sure that there is no return in the future. And I feel certain she'll be listening intently and doing her own research to make sure that she's fit for the future and as active and as wonderful as she's always been.
Yeah, and as you say, she will be listening to people such as you, cancer survivors who've been through this and have come out the other side. Christina Kirikou, former Communications Secretary to King Charles. Thank you very much for your time. We really appreciate it. You're watching Sky News. The Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer. In the last hour, British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has said in a statement that Kate has shown tremendous bravery. He added in recent weeks she's been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. Sir Keir Starmer also sent his best wishes to the Princess at what he called a distressing time. Well, I'm joined now by Ingrid Seward, Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine, also author of The Queen's Speech, an intimate portrait of the Queen in her own words, a regular face on Sky News. Good to see you this evening. What did you make of what the Princess had to say?
I think what Christina, obviously, who was extremely close to the whole situation when she was working there, I think what she said was really interesting. And I gather from what she said that she had also been a cancer sufferer. And I think it's very delicate, this situation. I think because of the furore in social media over the last few days, it must have been very, very upsetting. And I think that Catherine was very brave to make the little video that she did, and it was beautifully done, and it must have been a difficult thing to have to do. And she obviously, as she said, she wanted to, let her children know first that she was going to be all right, because that's the big worry, because that's her main focus in her life. Of course, she's Princess of Wales, and she's absolutely hidebound by duty, but she's always said family first, which William has promoted, and so the whole thing has been extremely hard for her. And then I know that they don't read the trolls on social media, but they obviously become aware of what people are saying because they have to know. And I just feel that it must have been a very, very, very difficult time for her. So for her to come out and speak about it herself was very, very brave. And I'm full of admiration, as I'm sure everybody else that is interested in the monarchy will be.
And do you think it'll put an end now to those trolls, to that never-ending speculation and running commentary?
Well, I think it might, temporarily at least. I really cannot see that anyone watching her little, her little speech, if you like to call it that, would not be full of sympathy and realise that, we have to leave this woman alone. I really hope so. I truly, truly hope so. I mean, I don't read the trolls myself, and I'm absolutely certain that they don't. But they, as I said, they will be aware of what people are saying because they need to know. They're in a very public position. And I sincerely hope it will stop all the speculation. You can't be more honest than get out there, sit on a bench in your garden and tell the world what's happening to you. It's a very brave thing to do.
Do you think it would have been advisable to do that earlier, or do you think we're just simply not in a position to say she must do it when she feels right? And as you say, the kids breaking up for the Easter holidays seems like a good moment.
I really don't feel that I just don't know. I mean, she obviously felt when she had to do it, she had to do it. I don't think doing it any earlier would have made any difference. I think she was obviously put in a corner about this. She felt, look, this can't go on. I'm going to have to say something. But then you've got to think about it, and it's so very personal and very difficult. So I think probably the timing has been as right as they could make it.
She said in her statement, didn't she, that having William by her side has been a great source of comfort and reassurance, she said as well. From what you know of him, how do you think he will have taken this news, and how well will he have reacted and coped with the ramifications, especially with those 3 small children?
Well, I think that the Prince of Wales, William, is a very kind person. He's always been very, very close to Catherine and her family. They provided him perhaps with a family that he hasn't been able to have because of his mother's death. And he's very, very close to them all. And I think that they all appreciate how supportive he's been. I mean, Carol Middleton certainly has said that William has been extraordinarily supportive of everything that her daughter has done. And I think that he also has been very brave because he's the man of the family. He's the one that has to sort of be truly there for her. And now we understand why William hasn't been out and about as much as perhaps we would have liked to see him, because he's been dealing with this in the background. And there are people that have said that perhaps he's work shy, which of course is very unfair. But he has always said, always from the very beginning, that his wife and his family are the most important thing. He's not king, he's Prince of Wales, and his father is very, very supportive of him saying, it's my family first, because he's got the rest of his life to put his country first. And for the moment, his father is doing that job.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the King. Do you have any insight into how his treatment is going? And of course, they will both be taking comfort from each other.
I don't have any insight into this very private matter of how the King's treatment is going. But, I mean, his wife, the Queen, has said that he's doing very well. He's strong, he's healthy, and he has been seen. He's not hiding away. He's just following doctors' orders up to a point and trying to keep away from the bigger picture of crowds. He's seeing people individually. And he's very positive, he's very strong. He's also, the King is very, has a big, big faith. And he places a lot of importance on religion and faith and healing. And so I think that he's probably handling it very well.
We always appreciate your insight. Thank you so much, Ingrid Stewart, Editor-in-Chief of Majesty magazine. I'm just going to bring in Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent, who has an update for us. Laura?
Yeah, coming from Buckingham Palace after the video and the announcement from the Princess of Wales, a Buckingham Palace spokesperson says, His Majesty, the King, is so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking as she did. Following their time in hospital together, His Majesty has remained in the closest contact with his beloved daughter-in-law throughout the past weeks. Both their Majesties will continue to offer their love and support to the whole family through this difficult time.
OK, Laura, thank you very much for that update. We've got some more breaking news for you this evening, and at least 14 people are reported to have died after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. Sky's Siobhan Robbins joins us now. An update, Siobhan.
Yes, really grim details coming out of Russia this evening. So it appears there's been some sort of attack at a concert hall in Krasnogorsk, which is near Moscow. It's called the Crocus Concert Hall. Local media agencies saying that at least 14 people had died. We don't know how many have been caught up, but reports of gunmen in fatigues entering that concert hall. Also reports of explosions. Now, local media reporting that flames have engulfed the concert hall, but that there are still people believed to be inside. Now, this is very much a moving picture. We are expecting more details, but we understand that at least 70 ambulances are on the scene, and we have had some reaction already. The Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying this is a monstrous crime. Also, the Chechen leader saying, I strongly condemn such acts of violence, brutality and recklessness against civilians. What we don't know exactly who's involved, what's the motivation, and why this seeming attack has been carried out. But definitely a very grim and moving situation near Moscow this evening.
OK, Siobhan, thank you very much for that update. So back to the news that the Princess of Wales is undergoing treatment for cancer. Our royal correspondent Laura Bundock, our science editor Thomas Moore are still with us in the studio. Thomas, just remind us about this treatment that she will be getting. We don't know the detail, of course, but she says in herself she feels well.
Yeah, we don't know what cancer she has, so therefore we don't know what treatment she's receiving. And both these factors, along with the staging of the cancer itself, will be determining the next few weeks and months. At this early stage, bear in mind that she has told her children that she's going to be OK. So one can assume, I think, that she and her doctors have agreed that this is something that is beatable, and she will cling on to that. I think we can feel confident that that she is feeling well at the moment, and that it will seem quite surreal that she's being told that there is the potential for there to be some cancer cells remaining within her body. Now, she's having this chemotherapy as a precaution. We don't know for sure. Doctors won't know for sure that there are cells there, but just in case, because if there are, then they are potentially the seeds from which new tumours can grow. And that's why when it is at this very early stage, they can hopefully mop this up, put it to bed, and it is something that she's not going to have to worry about ever again. But there are treatments there that are much better than they have ever been before. And even if those don't work first time round, there are other tiers of drugs that they can bring in. There is a phenomenal array of treatments now available for people with cancer.
Yeah, that will be giving her a huge amount of comfort, of course. And Laura, we have heard from Buckingham Palace, the King saying he's been in close contact with his beloved daughter-in-law.
The two are close, and of course we know that the King and the Queen visited the Princess while she was recovering from that abdominal surgery before he went in for the prostate procedure. We understand that the King, he says, is so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking as she did, and that both him and the Queen, we understand, will continue to offer their love and support to the whole family through this difficult time. I mean, Kate said it herself in her own words in that very brave, very dignified video. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family. I think that is a huge understatement. She has been under so much pressure, and we now know what was really going on with her. She found out about the cancer and then began the cancer treatment at the end of February. The reason we know now is purely because they needed the time, they needed the space to not just process this news themselves, but to be able to tell the children in a way that was right for them too.
Yeah, which is so important, of course. Laura, Thomas as well, thank you both very much. So the news this hour, the Princess of Wales has revealed that she is undergoing treatment for cancer. She released what was an emotional video message, and she told others battling the disease, you are not alone. She also spoke, as Laura said, about the huge shock of the medical development and how her family have experienced an incredibly tough couple of months. Her voice at times cracking with the emotion of it all. The Princess of Wales revealing she's undergoing treatment for cancer.
You're watching Sky News. The breaking news tonight. The Princess of Wales has announced she is receiving treatment for cancer. Kate says the abdominal surgery she had in January was successful, and at the time her condition was believed to be non-cancerous. However, tests carried out after the operation have revealed the presence of cancer, and Kate has now started a course of preventative chemotherapy, we're told, late last month. Well, tonight she's released a personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make the news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
We have also had a statement from a Buckingham Palace spokesman this evening. His Majesty the King is, we're told, so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking as she did. Following their time in hospital together, the King has remained in the closest contact with his beloved daughter-in-law throughout the past weeks. Both the King and Queen will continue to offer their love and support to the whole family through this difficult time. We've also been hearing from the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. His statement says this: "The Princess of Wales has the love and support of the whole country. My thoughts are with the Princess of Wales, Prince of Wales, the royal family, and in particular her 3 children at this difficult time. The Princess of Wales has the love and support of the whole country as she continues her recovery." She's shown tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she has been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. The statement continues: "When it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family." Mr Sunak concludes: "I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she's ready." Meanwhile, we've also been hearing from the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer. He posted his statement on X saying this: "On behalf of the whole Labour Party, I want to send my very best wishes to Her Royal Highness at this distressing time. Our thoughts are with the whole royal family as they come to terms with the news and as they support the Princess of Wales through her treatment and recovery." Mr Starmer's statement continues: "Any cancer diagnosis is shocking, but I can only imagine the added stress of receiving that news amid the lurid speculation we've seen in recent weeks. Their Royal Highnesses are entitled to privacy and, like any parents, will have waited to choose the right moment to tell their children." Labour leader concludes: "I am heartened by the Princess of Wales' optimistic tone and her message of faith and hope. Her Royal Highness will be in our thoughts and prayers as she progresses through her treatment with the love and support of not just her whole family, but the whole nation too." Further comment, this time coming from Wales, indeed from the First Minister of Wales, Vaughan Gething. "Deeply saddened to hear the news about Her Royal Highness the Princess of Wales. On behalf of people across Wales, I would like to send our love and support to the Princess and her family at this very difficult time. All of our thoughts are with you as you continue your treatment." Also comment from the Scottish First Minister, Humza Yousaf. I'm deeply saddened to hear the news about the Princess of Wales, the Duchess of Rossi, as she's known in Scotland, of course. I am praying for her swift recovery. It must be an incredibly difficult time for the whole family, royalty or otherwise. She has a right to privacy, which I hope will be respected. Well, as you can see, I'm joined by both Thomas Moore, but first we'll turn to our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock. Laura, good to see you. This is an incredibly distressing time. Well, it's an incredibly distressing time for anyone who receives a diagnosis of cancer, someone who is living their life in the media spotlight and who has to announce it via video message. I'm going to say, I think plenty of people will be having an awful lot of sympathy for this scene.
A huge amount of sympathy, and I think the bravery it took to deliver that message, which was recorded in Windsor on Wednesday, with such dignity, in such a dignified way, speaks a lot about the princess, and speaking about how this has been an incredibly tough couple of months. The diagnosis, understandably, was a huge shock, and this renewed plea now for time, for space and for privacy to let the whole family support each other. We understand that the reason this news has been announced today, this evening, is because the children are breaking up from school. They have been told about this before today, but William and Kate wanted to allow them the time to tell them in the right way, given that they're all, they're 10 and under, the 3 children, the right way that would allow them to understand, to ask the questions they needed to process the news whilst, having to deal, as a family with this as well. And I think before all this went public, they wanted to make sure their children, who've always been the priority ever since the princess has been off work, that they'd had the time to do it. And I think now the children obviously know they're off school now for over 3 weeks. We wouldn't be expecting to see any kind of official engagements. We won't see them over the Easter holidays now. And you hope that they do have the time and space they need.
And I suspect that the level of detail that we have been given by Catherine herself, let's be honest about it, that will be where the palace stops.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about her private medical information. So she has shared the fact that she obviously has a cancer diagnosis. She is undergoing chemotherapy for that. But we don't know what kind of cancer. We don't know what stage the cancer is at. We don't know how often she's receiving the treatment, where she's receiving the treatment. Understandably, there are details about this that she wants to keep private. And I think just seeing her recording a video, if you think back to everything she's been through in the last few weeks, but in the last few days particularly, the pressure on her has been absolutely immense. She is not only having to deal with recovering from a very serious abdominal operation, but then to process news she has cancer and then start that treatment. She has also faced this horrific barrage of bullying, social media abuse and speculation. And you can only hope that there is, shame amongst those who've been spreading those rumours, that is finally put to bed.
And Laura, just to touch on that, which we've heard from Buckingham Palace rather than Kensington Palace, that statement from the King, making reference, of course, to the time that they both spent in hospital, because currently at the moment we have the King receiving treatment for cancer. We now have the Princess of Wales in the same position.
A hugely unique situation. 2 of the most senior royals, both off being treated for cancer. And, back before they knew of their diagnoses, when they were in hospital being, Kate was having her operation, the King for his prostate condition. We know the King went to see her a few days after her operation. They were in at the same time. And I think that the words we've heard from Buckingham Palace do suggest a closeness between them. The King saying how proud he is of Catherine, that they have been in the closest of contacts, and described her as his beloved daughter-in-law there, and, him and the Queen very keen to support the family in whatever way they can through this difficult time. Look, cancer is a great leveler, isn't it? But I think if you're someone like the King, if you're someone like the Princess of Wales, there is an added pressure on you, isn't there? And it's a very difficult situation for the royal family as a whole at the moment. But, you have 2 royals going through this together now.
Yeah, you certainly do. Let's at this point bring in our science and medical correspondent, Thomas Moore. I mean, Thomas, an awful lot of information, I think, has emerged this evening in your briefings from the Palace, but also in the statement from Catherine herself. A lot of people will focus immediately on the fact that the palace said before that this was thought to be non-cancerous. Explain the kind of the timeline as we understand it right now.
Yes, let's unpack that. I think she was under the impression too, as were her doctors, that when they did remove tissues during the operation, that this wasn't cancer. That material would have been sent off to a lab, the cells would have been checked over, and it's at that point they would have realised that they were in fact cancerous. So it is that point that they then look at what they do next, and that is why she's undergoing what she calls preventative chemotherapy. That is, in case there are any cells that have been left behind from the operation, those are potentially the seeds for tumours to grow back, and that's why they want to use these drugs to kill them off, because it's much easier to do that at an earlier stage. But we don't know what type of cancer, how advanced it is, what stage it is, and therefore we don't know what treatment she'll be having or indeed what side effects she's likely to have.
We do know, however, that the treatment is in the form of chemotherapy. I mean, for those who are lucky enough not to have either endured chemotherapy themselves or had someone they know and love go through it, just explain exactly what that process is.
So chemotherapy is a round of treatment, or several rounds of treatment that can last 3 to 6 months in general. It tends to be drugs which are given over a day or two, and then there's a long break before they come back for a new round of treatment. And in the period where they're not having treatment, there's overwhelming fatigue. It takes a long time to recover from these drugs because they target fast-growing cells, dividing cells. So that, of course, will be the tumour itself, if it's present, but also any other fast-growing cells in the body. That can include the hair, for example, the cells that produce blood, both red cells and white cells, but also the lining of the stomach. Now, all that is the origin of the side effects, which can be really tough to take.
They can be, but it should also be noted that not every person who goes through chemotherapy experiences all or indeed any of those side effects.
And her age will help her, that she is young. Now, it's interesting that doctors are reporting an epidemic of people under the age of 50 now with cancer. It's rising in all ages, so 1 in 2 of us will have cancer at some time in our lifetime, but it is generally a disease of much older people, and doctors are seeing people in their 40s, just as Kate is, but age and her relative fitness, because we know that she was a very healthy person otherwise, that will help her to undergo this chemotherapy and bounce back between treatments.
The reason, and I feel like I'm possibly even labouring the point, but the reason that I am doing so is that already you have seen comments on where else but social media that the photographs of Kate, the release that came out, the user-created photos of Kate did not show someone who had gone through a round of chemotherapy. I mean, that is just nonsense.
You can't tell from a photo, really can't tell. Kate will feel almost certainly quite well and won't compute the fact that there may be cancer in her body because it is almost certainly at an early stage. She has told her children that she's going to be OK, so that must surely be guided by her doctors. And I think we just have to give her some space to process what is a bleak diagnosis to be given. Even now, despite the treatment so much better, it is the dreaded diagnosis. And in all this, we can't forget the importance of the Prince of Wales. He is going to have to hold this family together because there will be days where she really won't be able to function very well because of the treatment she's enduring. He has to look after his father, who's also undergoing cancer treatment, his wife, and also to keep things on the road with the children. They are her rock, for sure, and even when times are tough, the love and the support of her family are going to be so important.
I mean, that is perhaps a point that is undermade during discussions of cancer, that there is undoubtedly a focus on the surgical, on the medical, the surgery that she has had, and, of course, the chemotherapy. But when someone is, dealing with cancer, having that pastoral care, that support from those nearest and dearest to you, I would argue is almost as important as the medical intervention.
For sure. And, back in the 1950s and 60s, it would have been doctors giving the treatment, male generally back then, and the treatment would have been given quite brusquely. Now there are wonderful, warm cancer nurses who take you on the journey, and it can be a journey that meanders with obstacles on its way. You know, every cancer journey is unique. We don't know what lies ahead, but there are people there to hold your hand, to give you a hug when you need it, and to make sure that you do get through this and see another day.
Thomas, much more from you coming up through the evening. But just a reminder of the breaking news tonight. The Princess of Wales has announced she is receiving treatment for cancer. She's also released a personal video message explaining in her own words why she's chosen this moment to make the news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
And we will be back to that story in just a second with Thomas Moore. But I want to update you on the story that we've been hearing out of Russia this evening. You'll have heard that a concert hall near Moscow was the site of, well, a number of gunmen opening fire on both security services and its civilians. According to the TASS news agency, we are hearing more than 100 have been wounded in that attack, more than 40 dead after an assault that took place in a concert hall in Moscow. The video that you're looking at the moment symptomatic of a number of pieces of video that have come out this evening. User-generated content, as we call it, shot by individuals in the concert hall, that which I've seen. And, of course, we are trying desperately to verify videos that emerge at a time like this. But, yeah, just to remind you, Russia's top security agency saying that more than 40 people have lost their lives and more than 100 have been wounded in the attack on that concert hall in Moscow. More on that as indeed we get it. But let's speak again to our science correspondent, Thomas Moore. And Thomas, just as we go back to, I suspect a lot of people this evening will be processing this news, not just people for whom there is a degree of affection for the royal family, but a lot of people, frankly, who themselves have either gone through cancer, are going through cancer, or know people who've been going through cancer. It is, for everyone involved, a very, very difficult time.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's the C word nobody wants to hear. Even now, the diagnosis of cancer is tough to take because you just imagine the worst. And there will be hundreds, thousands of people who've been diagnosed today who will be reading from the diagnosis and will feel that bond now with the Princess of Wales because of this journey that she will have to undertake. And I think we have to give them the space. You can hear there in her statement how it wasn't just the processing herself with the Prince of Wales, but also then finding the words to explain that to young children.
Three young children as well.
Absolutely, to make sure that they understood, that all their questions had been answered, and to reassure them that Mum's there, that you know, this is going to be okay, and that's what the words that she used as well, that she will be okay.
And in terms of the way in which we battle this most pernicious of illnesses, look, don't get me wrong, more needs to be spent, more research needs to be done, but over the decades we have become far, far better at dealing with many forms of cancer.
Yeah, look, we have to be clear that surgery may well have removed everything, that she's undergoing chemotherapy as a precaution, just in case there were any cells that were left behind, because, of course, at the time, the surgeons thought they were just dealing with something completely benign. And so it's possible that something was there. So this drug treatment that she will be undergoing over the coming weeks and months is a precaution to try and to knock things out if they are there. And you know, she will feel well at the moment from the cancer itself. She won't feel as if she has cancer. It is the treatment itself that could be tough to take. Every person is different in how they respond, and that is why it's unlikely that we're going to get a running commentary. She will need that space to deal with what she's going through.
Well, let's hope the people give it to her. Thomas, for now, thanks very much indeed. But let's speak now to the oncologist, Professor Patricia Price, the co-founder of Catch Up with Cancer. Patricia, thanks so much for joining us this evening. As you will know well, this point in the life of anyone who has had cancer is a very, very difficult one, isn't it? Dealing first with the diagnosis, but then, of course, also dealing with telling people about it, including your own kids.
Sometimes our patients find that's the worst bit, actually. Once they've come to terms with themselves, remember she's had a big operation as well, and then the shock of the diagnosis, and then the worry for her kids and her husband, and she, not like the rest of us, then has to tell the whole world. Really difficult for her. She's so brave. I'm so impressed.
Tell me then just a little bit, Professor, about what preventative chemotherapy might mean. That this is chemotherapy where cancer has been detected. She is on a recovery pathway, another phrase you might want to kind of provide a little bit more detail on. But it feels like, from what we are hearing, that this is treatment to make sure.
Yes, this is the just-in-case preventative treatment, as we've just heard. So the surgery itself removed all the cancer, and that's great news. And just sometimes in some tumours, there is a little bit of a concern whether there's anything being left behind or whether there's a risk of it coming back. And that's when we use this preventative, or the other word is adjuvant treatment. And that is usually chemotherapy, either tablets or injections, that's given for a certain period of time, either 4 months or 6 months, and then it's finished. And then it can be a little bit full of side effects when different people tolerate them well, but then the treatment comes to an end, and then it's just following up, and hopefully things will be okay then.
So in terms of a treatment plan, when it is preventative chemotherapy of the type that you are talking about, should we expect more than one round of that chemotherapy? And of course, there would need to be a gap for recovery between them, one presumed.
Yes, and for what we've heard today, there was a gap after her surgery, and that's usual until we start it, the body's recovered, and then we give the treatments. It can be every week, every 3 weeks, something like that. We don't know, we shouldn't really be speculating, but it'll be over a period of time, over several months, and then she'll have some side effects, and hopefully she'll be able to cope with those, and then it will be finished, and then she won't need any more, hopefully, which would be great.
Indeed, and that is what everyone is hoping for, hoping happens just as soon as possible. But that period between chemotherapy treatment can be very, very painful for those who have gone through that process. The side effects, for some people, certainly not in all cases, as we were discussing with Thomas just a few minutes ago, some people do fine after a course of chemotherapy, others do not. And so what can the problem sometimes be?
Well, the chemotherapy hits all our cells, the tumour, if there are any tumour cells, but also our normal tissue. It may be the bone marrow or the gut, so you can feel sick, you can get some bone marrow problems, your blood counts drop, you can get some, vomiting or diarrhea. It's very different, and different chemotherapy regimes are entirely different, so we don't know what's happening. And so other people tolerate it really well indeed. But people out there who are going through this treatment will completely understand. And hopefully it's one of those ones which she will be able to cope with, because there's such a lot going on for her as well at the same time.
As someone who works in oncology, Professor, how important, in fact, how useful is it that you have public figures like the King and the Princess of Wales, of all people, speaking openly about their cancer diagnoses?
Well, this is absolutely amazing, especially as she's in the middle of it and going through so much. But for people, I think her message is quite right. People are not alone. There are 1 in 2 people have cancer. There are thousands of patients out there, and as long as you don't feel alone and you're not the only one and it's not something embarrassing, you can talk about it. The more that we talk about it, the more then we can come to terms with it, the more we can cope with our treatment, and then we can move on in our lives. So they have done such a great thing and will help so many patients out there with cancer. It's just amazing what she's done.
Yeah, it is. And Patricia, just tell me a little bit about the Catch Up with Cancer campaign.
Yes, well, we started this in the beginning of COVID, actually, with Deborah James, because obviously with COVID, cancer we didn't want that to be the collateral of COVID. And the problems with all the waiting lists in the NHS is now that's affecting cancer patients. And it's been going on now. For the last 4 years, it's been getting worse. We had in January the worst cancer waits. And the problem there is if you're on a waiting list and you have to wait, it's the waiting that can be the problem. And we have to start treatment on time, catch cancers early, get on with treatment. So it's really important that we prioritise cancer. And we have been screaming about this for so long. And we really need to get cancer right at the top of the priorities. It's really important we get on and treat people so we can save lives. It's so important.
Professor Patricia Price, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
But let's return to the other breaking news story this evening. And according to the Russian news agency TASS, at least 40 people are reported to have died and more than 100 been injured after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. We have just had pictures from inside the building at the time of the attack. But first, a warning, you may find some of these images we're about to show you very upsetting. Well, it is understood that several gunmen wearing camouflage clothing opened fire inside the building. Reports saying there could have been as many as 5 attackers. At the news agency TASS saying the attack took place at the Crocus City Hall on the west of the city. The building is now reported to be on fire. As you can see, Sky's Siobhan Robbins joins us now. Those figures emerging from the TASS news agency, Siobhan, very, very concerning indeed.
Yes, this is still a developing picture, but what we can already see is this is an extremely serious attack, what looks like one of the worst in recent years in Russia. Just going back through what we know so far from various news agencies, lines coming out of Russia, it appears that several gunmen, some reporting 5, entered the Crocus Concert Hall on the western edge of Moscow. It's appeared that they are armed with automatic weapons. You can see in some of those social media videos that they open fire. You can hear round after round of bullets going off. Also reports that they threw explosives into that concert hall, and pictures from the outside show that that building is now engulfed with flames, and there are reports actually that the ceiling is beginning to collapse. Now, it's reported that the concert hall can accommodate more than 6,000 people. Latest figures from TASS news agency is at least 40 people have died, at least 100 are injured. But what we don't know is how many people are still trapped in the building, which is on fire. We know that riot police are at the scene, that this is being investigated at the very top levels in Russia. What we don't know yet is who is responsible for this attack. We have had some reaction coming out of Russia already. So we had a reaction from the spokesperson for the foreign ministry, who called it a monstrous crime. Also getting reaction from the White House National Security Advisor, who said that he was sending his condolences to the victims, but said at this point there is no indication that Ukraine is involved. That is a line which Russia has said, if America knows that they need to offer evidence to support that. What is interesting is that this attack comes just a few weeks after the American embassy actually warned people to avoid crowded areas in Russia because of a possible imminent attack. And of course, it also comes less than a week after President Putin cemented his grip on Russian politics with that election win.
Siobhan, indeed, just on that last point that you were making there, should we see any link between the re-election of Vladimir Putin and the events that are taking place tonight necessarily? Already people are speculating as to who might be responsible.
Yeah, of course. And as you heard there, America quickly pointing out that they said there was no evidence that Ukraine was responsible. Many people will, of course, be trying to square that circle. We simply don't know at the moment. We haven't even had confirmed official death tolls coming out from officials in Russia yet. We've had them from the news agencies, as I said. So this is something that's very much being investigated. It will be being investigated about who is involved, whether this is a terrorist attack, and why they've targeted this specific site. But it's just too soon to say who is responsible.
Certainly is. Siobhan, for now, thanks very much. You're watching Sky News. Our top story. The Princess of Wales has announced she is receiving treatment for cancer. Kate says the abdominal surgery she had in January was successful. At the time, her condition was believed to be non-cancerous. However, subsequent tests have revealed, after the operation, have revealed the presence of cancer, and Kate has started a course of preventative chemotherapy, we're told late last month. Tonight, she has released a personal video message explaining why she's chosen this moment to make the news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Powerful statement indeed. Well, a little earlier, my colleague Jonathan Samuels spoke to the former royal correspondent Jenny Bond, asking for her reaction as to the princess's announcement.
What a courageous young woman she is. How very brave to make a video message like that. She didn't have to, but she did that partly because I think of all the ridiculous, absurd theories that have been going around on the internet. And that really is my second thought. It is that I hope that those social media trolls who have peddled such ghastly, hurtful theories will now realise what they've done and be absolutely ashamed of themselves. And I hope we'll all take pause for thought and not be led by the nose by what goes on social media. But I think we should think, what a brave young woman. She obviously has got a bit of a battle ahead. She's just been trying to keep her family together, keep her thoughts together, look after those precious children. And my heart absolutely goes out to her. And I think that everyone's estimation of her will go sky high now.
She absolutely has a right, doesn't she, to privacy, especially over sensitive medical issues. But do you think the palace have made this decision because of all that pressure you mentioned, because of those online trolls?
Yes, probably. And I don't think she should ever have felt that she was required to go sit in front of a camera and make a statement about her health. But I think that she has been pressured by the media into doing that. But she is a strong woman. I mean, I think we look on the very bright side here. She says she's going to be okay. She's getting stronger every day. She's looking forward to getting back to work, but she needs more time. She'll obviously need quite a lot of time.
Jenny Bond speaking to my colleague Jonathan Samuels there. Of course, at a time like this, as you would expect, plenty of public figures have been commenting on the Princess of Wales' diagnosis and indeed that video that she's released. We are also hearing from those related to her, including her brother, James Middleton. He has said this on Instagram. Over the years, we have climbed many mountains together. As a family, we will climb this one with you too. That from James Middleton, of course, brother of Kate. Let's bring in our science correspondent, Thomas Moore, once again at this point. And I suppose, actually, that is a point worth dwelling on, isn't it? That at a moment like this, family, friends, having the opportunity to recover from chemotherapy, having the opportunity to not be living in the public gaze in the way in which, you know, the royal family have to do, that will be welcomed with open arms, and it will be essential for her recovery.
Yes, a family is a non-judgmental space, isn't it? Somewhere where we can feel low and not feel bad about it. And I think it's going to be so important, the love of her family, the support of her family, and that is going to see her through what will be some tough times over the next few weeks. The treatment itself, but all other things can happen at the same time. She has got a lot going on, not least physically recovering from the operation, as well as the treatment for any potential cancer that may be left behind, but also, of course, the psychological impact, the lack of sleep, the anxiety of the diagnosis, all very tough to take, and she'll need the support of her family.
And whilst, of course, our thoughts are first and foremost with Kate herself, your heart has to also go out to those who surround her, because for those who are next to, who are adjacent to a cancer diagnosis, sometimes that can be not as hard, but very, very taxing.
100%. And the Prince of Wales is caring for two very close members of the family who are now going on that cancer journey. His father, of course, but also his wife. And at the same time, he's having to make sure that the children are okay, that they still need to go to school, they still need, you know, their Easter eggs, you know, all these small things that he needs to remember now just to make life as normal as possible for them, so that they can feel that they are still number one in his sights, that that is going to be so important for them too, as they try and understand what's happening to their mum.
Yeah, and your heart goes out to a mother that will be having to provide that reassurance to her kids whilst going through the treatment as well. Thomas, for now, thanks very much indeed. But let's take you to Windsor Castle, where we'll find Sky's Sarah Jane Mee standing by. Evening, Sarah.
Hello, Neil. It all feels horribly familiar, doesn't it? That sudden announcement at 6 in the evening that a member of the royal family has a cancer diagnosis. We find ourselves outside Windsor Castle tonight, the Prince and Princess of Wales living not far from here. Catherine, as she said in her statement, taking the time, space and privacy to get herself back to full health. Joining me this evening, former head of communications for the then Prince of Wales, now King Charles, Christina Kyriakou. Christina, thank you so much for coming down here to Windsor Castle to react to this news. We spoke when the King announced his diagnosis, and we find ourselves here again, and it's a sense of shock, isn't it, this evening?
It is a sense of shock because your heart goes out and your thoughts go out to the Princess of Wales, to Kate as a mother and to William as a father, because they've had to explain this to 3 very young children and get their heads around this before then publicly saying something because of media speculation already about her health. So it does feel, you know, very sad, but it also, you know, I think listening to Kate and listening to the words that she says, I feel very optimistic for her. You know, I feel that she'll go into this. It's a preventative treatment which suggests they got the cancer and they found cancerous cells from a biopsy after her operations. So it's a preventative course of chemotherapy, like an insurance policy.
And many people will be familiar with that because cancer, you know, is coming for 1 in 2 of us, families affected. I know you yourself, Christina, have been affected, and you kindly spoke to us about that so openly when we talked about the diagnosis of King Charles. And that is what we should take away from this evening. The fact that Kate herself has told her children, she has now told us, she is well. She's concentrating on her recovery. And that optimistic note, she's had to come out and say that because, you touched on it then, the torrid time she's had over the last few weeks. The manner with which she released that video and handled herself is nothing short of admirable, given how nasty it's been, quite frankly, over the past couple of weeks in some quarters.
Absolutely, Sarah Jane. I think we have to put this into context, though, because up until the Mother's Day, the release of the Mother's Day photograph, which in hindsight, I think mistakes were made, and there's no point going over that again. But up until that point, British media was so respectful towards the Princess of Wales, towards the children, which they have to be by media laws. But they didn't put a foot wrong. They weren't stalking, staking out, taking paparazzi
Well, we've been told we'd
pictures.
have an update at Easter.
Exactly.
We're not even there yet.
Exactly. The Mother's Day photo was an unfortunate blip, and I don't think anyone was expecting this news. And now that this news has been given, and given with such dignity and decorum, I believe British media will absolutely continue to respect her privacy and the privacy of the children, and allow them to have time as a family to get used to this and for her to undergo her treatment. Unfortunately, what you can't contain is social media and Twitter and worldwide media. As we have seen, America have taken the pictures. They've been the first to take pictures. So that is a crying shame and not great, but she is used to that. She is used to that intense scrutiny. So as long as she's left alone here, that will be good news.
Christina, you can see this side of the story from both angles, obviously from your communications role within the royal family and also as someone who has survived cancer. It's quite an interesting thing that Kate is a global story. Just social media alone, you mentioned it. I was hearing on my drive here to Windsor that any story about Kate on TikTok, for example, has been seen billions of times. There is such global interest in this story. So it is the balance, isn't it? Because many people will say she's asked for space, time and privacy, yet you're outside Windsor Castle. But it's the nature of the fact that it is the Princess of Wales. There is this global interest there, but there's also that fine line that you mentioned that social media crosses, it doesn't quite get the nuance, does it?
Absolutely, and I think what is happening tonight is reporting on a story that the world is interested in, and you can't have a news, blackout. It's reporting on a story. No one's rushing to the gates outside their part of the Windsor estate. No one's going to be rushing to try and see if they're at the Windsor Farm Shop. Maybe members of the public, yes, okay, but media in general are reporting on a very, very significant update in the story of the Princess of Wales's health. I think it is a balance, and the Princess of Wales is very, very well aware that you do need to update, you do need to give out information, and that's why that wonderful statement was set out at the beginning of her treatment, in the same way that King Charles set out the treatment that he was having and what his illness was. And this is a step change. In the past, when Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh were alive, they would never have given updates on illnesses and things like that. So it is a step change, but of course with social media we want more and more and more. And I hope people have seen Kate now. She looked glorious, she looked dignified. It was a very, very poignant message, and you would hope that people would back off a little bit.
And they're in Windsor, and as you know only too well, the community here see the royal family as their neighbours.
Yes,
they let them get
we
on
do.
with it.
I'm a Windsonian.
Well,
yes.
exactly. So they're in the right place really to have that space and privacy. But the King himself has issued a statement tonight about his daughter-in-law and said that he's very proud of her because, of course, they were in hospital at the same time receiving treatment.
That's absolutely right. And who couldn't be proud of her? She's got her 3 children to think of, and that's has been first and foremost in her mind, to explain the story of Mummy's health to them. And Mummy will get better. She looked optimistic. It is a preventative treatment. I keep mentioning that P word that she mentioned. It's a preventative treatment. It's an insurance policy to make sure that that C word does not return. And she's fit, she's healthy, she still looks glorious, and she will get through it. She'll come through it enlightened and not frightened, and so will her children.
Oh, well, Christine, that's a lovely note to end on, because I think it is the note of optimism that the Princess of Wales ended on, for not just her, but for people going through exactly the same thing, that we should focus on tonight. Christina, thank you so much. Really good to see you. Thank you. Well, just a reminder of that breaking news tonight. The Princess of Wales has announced that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Catherine has released a personal video message this evening explaining why she has chosen now to make the news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them, and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
The Princess of Wales, in her own words there, in a video statement released earlier this evening. Let's bring in royal commentator and biographer Claudia Joseph. Claudia, thank you so much for joining us on Sky News this evening. Your reaction to this breaking news?
Well, I think it's incredibly shocking, and it's sort of a repetition of the King's illness. He went in for the surgery and then discovers he's got cancer, and now we've got a repetition of this. It just seems such bad luck for one family to go through so much, especially as they're still grieving for the Queen and the Duke of Edinburgh.
The timing of it, as you said, both the King and the Princess of Wales going into hospital, the same hospital, at the start of the year, the King coming out quite quickly with his cancer diagnosis. But from what we've learned from the Princess of Wales, she's explained her extended silence, if you like. Not only did she recover from major surgery, but she then had to process mentally and physically the news that they had found cancer and she had a cancer diagnosis.
Well, yes, especially as you think how young she is. I mean, she's a young mother. She's got 3 very young children, and nobody would have expected someone of 42 to have cancer. I mean, I know it happens, obviously, but, you know, she's always been so robust, so healthy. She's very fit. She does lots of exercise and, you know, is very competitive with William. And this is a huge setback for her. But on the other hand, I think she looked incredibly well, and she's being very positive, and I think that's what's important.
Claudia, when the King announced his diagnosis, of course there was shock and sadness, but he is over 70 years of age, and we know the statistics involved in cancer and who is likely to get it, and it's those who are older. And as you said, the Princess of Wales far younger, with a young family, and that's perhaps why people will be taking this news personally tonight, because there will be young women and men sitting at home with their 3 children looking at this news and not seeing this just as a royal story, but as a human story as well. And in that respect, the Princess of Wales speaking out, being so open and honest, and delivering that personal video message will mean so much and have such an impact.
Absolutely. I think we saw that with the King when he announced he had cancer and told people to check their prostate. You know, there was a load of people who contacted cancer charities. And this occasion, I'm sure the same will happen, that people will be very aware that things do go wrong. But I mean, I'm still incredibly shocked by it, because I think it feels so personal, really. You know, we've grown up, we've seen her date William. We've grown up with Kate, really. You know, we saw her at university, dating William, getting married, having children, and it does feel very personal.
Claudia, what happens now? She's asked for space, time, and privacy. This is, though, a royal story. It is a global story. This will be news around the world. And while traditional media may well take the Princess of Wales at her word, we'll cover the story, but then give her that space, we operate in a different time now. Media isn't just TV, radio and newspapers, it is social media. The hope is, of course, that conspiracy theories and those on social media being downright nasty, if I'm perfectly honest, will stop and have a think. But sadly, that just isn't the nature of things, is it, at the moment?
No, and I think it's the world we live in, really. I'm not sure there's much you can do about it. People troll and, you know, the internet or social media has given people a voice that maybe shouldn't have had a voice. You know, everybody that wants to weigh in, conspiracy theorists will weigh in. And you know, I think the mainstream media obviously understand we have a relationship with the palace, and we understand, you know, apart from anything else, health is private in this country. There are very strict press guidelines about that. But I think that you can't control social media, and you can't control conspiracy theorists. So I think you just have to ignore them, really. You know, there's always going to be someone that weighs in saying, oh, that's not a video of Kate, that's a body double, you know, and it's nonsensical, really.
Claudia, how protected is the Princess of Wales from all of that nastiness and speculation, as you said, trolling and conspiracy theories online? How well protected is she from that?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of her being protected from it. She's got a mobile phone like the rest of us, and if she wants to scroll, then, you know, things will pop up about her. It can't be avoided. I know that she and William are very upset by some of the rumours and conspiracies, and you know, it must be very upsetting. And, you know, what can they do about the children? They're at school, you know, they're at the age where they're coming up to their friends having mobile phones as well. And you know, this is being played out in public by, you know, vile trolls. And, you know, and foreign journalists who don't really understand the nature of the royal family and just see them as celebrities at a fair game, really.
Well, Claudia, Joseph, really good to get your contribution to that breaking news this evening. The Princess of Wales announcing just a couple of hours ago via a very personal video message that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Well, we'll have more reaction to the news of the Princess of Wales' illness. That's throughout the evening. But we've just heard from the England manager, Gareth Southgate. He's been speaking ahead of England's game against Brazil tomorrow.
Clearly, we've just heard about the Princess of Wales, and we just wanted to send our thoughts and best wishes to her and all of her family. Remarkably dignified statement that she gave, and yeah, we obviously have a very close relationship with the family, so we're very upset to hear the news, but hopefully everything goes well.
Gareth Southgate obviously asked about the breaking news this evening and giving his response at that press conference a little earlier. Plenty more from Windsor here throughout the night after that announcement from the Princess of Wales, but right now it's back to Neil in the studio.
Sarah Jane, thank you. Well, let's return to our other breaking story tonight. And according to the Russian news agency TASS, at least 40 people are reported to have died and more than 100 injured after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. We have just had pictures from inside the building at the time of the attack. But first, a warning, you may find some of these images we're about to show you very upsetting. Indeed, and the latest that we are hearing on the situation in Moscow, actually coming to us via Ukraine. Ukraine's presidential advisor saying that Ukraine had nothing to do with those shootings in Moscow. 40 people killed and more than 100 injured, according to local reporting. We'll have more from Moscow and indeed from Windsor on the news about Princess Kate after this.
Good evening from Windsor Castle, where this evening the Princess of Wales announced she is receiving treatment for cancer. In a video statement, Catherine says it was a huge shock after an incredibly tough couple of months.
And our other top story this evening, at least 100 people have been injured and 40 have been killed after an attack on a theatre in Moscow. Gunmen stormed a theatre. Security services are on the scene.
Well, the breaking news tonight, the Princess of Wales announcing that she is currently receiving treatment for cancer. Kate says the abdominal surgery she had back in January was successful, and at the time her condition was believed to be non-cancerous. However, tests carried out after that operation have revealed the presence of cancer. And Kate started a course of preventative chemotherapy late last month. Well, tonight, the Princess of Wales has released a personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Well, as you'd expect, there's been a lot of reaction to this breaking news. The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak releasing a statement a little earlier saying the Princess of Wales has the love and support of the whole country. My thoughts are with the Princess of Wales, Prince of Wales, the royal family, and in particular her 3 children at this difficult time. The Princess of Wales has the love and support of the whole country as she continues her recovery. She has shown tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she has been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. When it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family. I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she is ready. The Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, posted a statement on X. It said this: on behalf of the whole Labour Party, I want to send my very best wishes to Her Royal Highness at this distressing time. Our thoughts are with the whole royal family as they come to terms with the news and as they support the Princess of Wales through her treatment and recovery. Any cancer diagnosis is shocking, but I can only imagine the added stress of receiving that news amid the lurid speculation we have seen in recent weeks. Their Royal Highnesses are entitled to privacy and, like any parents, will have waited to choose the right moment to tell their children. I'm heartened by the Princess of Wales's optimistic tone and her message of faith and hope. Sir Keir Starmer goes on to say Her Royal Highness will be in our thoughts and prayers as she progresses through her treatment with the love and support of not just her whole family, but the whole nation too. Reaction from Wales. The new First Minister there, Vaughan Gething, has posted on social media as well, saying, deeply saddened to hear the news about Her Royal Highness, the Princess of Wales. On behalf of people across Wales, I would like to send our love and support to the Princess and her family. At this very difficult time, all of our thoughts are with you as you continue your treatment. And the Princess's brother, James Middleton, has posted a picture on social media within the last hour paying tribute to his sister. He wrote in the caption, "Over the years, we have climbed many mountains together. As a family, we will climb this one with you too." Just some of the reaction to the breaking news that the Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer. I'm joined now at Windsor Castle by Christina Kyriakou, former Communications Secretary to King Charles, when, of course, he was the Prince of Wales. Christina, good to see you this evening. Thank you for coming down to Windsor to speak to us. Your reaction to this news, because we spoke when the King was diagnosed and there was a sense of shock and sadness then, but a kind of acceptance because he was over the age of 70. Princess of Wales, a young mother.
I think it's just, gives credence to the fact that 1 in 2 people are affected by cancer, and it's indiscriminate. You hear of babies with cancer, you hear of toddlers with cancer and children, and it is an indiscriminate illness that we are getting better and better and better at treating. And I loved the way she positioned that statement in such clear language, because she's obviously had to tell her children, and she's obviously had to come to terms with the shock of the news. But she is very clear in that statement that it's preventative treatment, that the operation was successful, they found cancerous cells afterwards, and she's now having a preventative course of chemotherapy, almost I would look at it as an insurance policy, and I feel certain that that's the way, in simple language, she's positioned it to her children. Her optimism and her positivity will carry her through. It really will.
And a stark reminder that when it comes to the Prince and Princess of Wales, for them, it is very much family first. And by family, I mean their 3 children, not necessarily the wider royal family and wider duties. She explained very clearly there that she needed time, not just to process this physically and mentally, but for her 3 children as well, 10, 8 and 5.
I know Sarah Jane, and I think that she absolutely, as ever, has her priorities right. Mm-hmm. William and Kate need to look after them, and they need to draw strength from their family unit. And of course, their family unit is a little bit wider than that because, of course, Kate's family are so close to her. And so they, I feel certain, will have been around her throughout her recovery from the operation, throughout, the diagnosis, and they will continue to be like rocks behind her. So she would draw a lot of strength from that. But I think now we get a little bit of an insight into what she's been going through, and hopefully it will put to bed all of this speculation, and they will be left in privacy now to recover and draw on each other and get through this.
Christina, do you think people will leave her alone?
I hope so. I think British media have been very, very respectful. There was that hiatus over the Mother's Day picture, which now is more explainable, I think. But, hindsight's 2020, and maybe that picture should not have been manipulated. However, prior to that, British media behaved incredibly well. And they weren't producing pictures, they weren't stalking her, there were no paparazzi, in particular around Windsor. And, I hope now she will be left alone. But unfortunately, social media is an incubator for every person in the world to be a journalist. So how can you control that? But this is a wonderful, magnificent lady who is used to that type of scrutiny, and hopefully she won't give much credence to it.
And as she said in her statement, she loves her work, but she needs to be back to her best and have made a full recovery to make a return. Christina, thank you. I know you're going to stay with us here at Windsor Castle for a little while. In the meantime, I'm going to bring in our science and medical correspondent, Thomas Moore, because Thomas, there was a lot in the Princess of Wales video statement this evening that gave us an idea of medically what she's been going through.
Yes, we know from what she said that originally her doctors, her surgeons had believed they were dealing with something entirely benign. And it's only after the operation that the tissues that were removed were sent to a lab for testing. And at that point, that's where they would have discovered that there were cancerous cells present. So as a precaution, just in case there are any cells left behind in her body, she is undergoing preventative chemotherapy. Now, these are quite potent drugs which are given to kill off any cells that remain because they are potentially seeds for tumours that could grow back. That chemotherapy attacks fast-growing, dividing cells, and that's why it targets the cancer, but unfortunately it also targets other cells in the body, the hair, the gut lining, and also the bone marrow that produces blood cells. So that's where the fatigue and the other side effects come from. So this will be a tough few weeks and months that lie ahead of the Princess of Wales, but she seems to be under the standing that she is well, and she's told her children that she's going to be okay. So that would suggest that this has been detected at an early stage.
And Thomas, when there is a diagnosis of this kind, and I know so many people, too many people watching this evening will understand what the Princess of Wales is going through. It's one thing hearing the C word, cancer. That's scary enough, but the second scary word is the other C word, and that's chemotherapy. But it's worth pointing out that chemotherapy in recent years has come on leaps and bounds. People traditionally think of the infusion into your arm and the effect that has on the body, but that's just one form of chemotherapy. It's so advanced now, it comes in many shapes and sizes and can be almost personalised.
Yes, we don't know what kind of cancer the Princess of Wales has or the stage, and that will determine what kind of treatment she gets. And the drugs, as you say, are very variable, and the responses of people with cancer to those drugs is also variable. She is relatively young, and she's also fit and otherwise healthy. So that is going to help her to recover from these rounds of chemotherapy. Now, it's likely, in general, people with cancer who get chemotherapy will have it over a period of 3 to 6 months. And it is given as rounds of treatment. So they go into hospital for a day for treatment. Sometimes you can have pills at home, but it is often through an infusion still. And then you go home and you will feel quite awful, potentially, for days, perhaps a week, while you recover from that treatment. And then you're preparing for the next round of treatment. And there were all kinds of blood tests that happen in between to make sure that your body is ready to take the next round. So that's why you can't say that this is a standard treatment. Every cancer journey is unique to the individual.
Thomas, thank you. Well, we're going to have plenty more throughout the evening here from Windsor Castle following that announcement a little earlier tonight that the Prince of Wales is being treated for cancer after a diagnosis. The Princess of Wales very positive in her statement. As she said to her children, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirit. She said, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer, saying, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone. So an optimistic tone from the Princess of Wales this evening after her cancer diagnosis. More to come, but for now, let's return to Neil in the studio. Neil.
Indeed, Sarah Jane, and let's take ourselves back to the other breaking news story this evening. According to the Russian news agency TASS, at least 40 people are reported to have died and more than 100 been injured after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. It is understood that several gunmen wearing camouflage clothing opened fire inside the building. Reports say there could be as many as 5 attackers. We have had pictures from inside the building at the time of the attack. Before we show them, just a warning, you may find some of the images very upsetting. And Sky's Siobhan Robbins joins us now. Siobhan, just bring us up to date with the very latest. Certainly the figures that we are receiving, and we should say via the TASS news agency, are very, very concerning.
Yes, as you said, TASS News Agency now reporting that at least 40 people have died, 100 injured in this attack on a concert hall on the northwest outskirts of Moscow. So what we know so far is, from images that have come out on social media, it appears that gunmen dressed in combat gear entered this concert hall. Some reports saying as many as 5. They appear to be armed with automatic weapons. You can hear in those very distressing videos rounds and rounds of bullets being shot inside that building. Now, at the same time, it's reported that they actually threw explosives, and video from outside the concert hall shows that a very severe fire had taken hold. Now, firefighters are on the scene. It's said that they've managed to stop that fire from spreading, but it is still burning. And this concert hall, is reported, can hold more than 6,000 people. And while evacuations were happening to get people out of there, what we don't know is how many were still trapped inside when the fire took hold. It's reported that the ceiling of that building has actually begun to collapse as well. Now, the big question is, why has this happened? And it is being referred to by officials in Moscow as a terror attack. We understand that President Putin is being kept abreast of everything that's going on, that searches are happening around that concert hall area at the moment for the people responsible. But already some officials in Russia appear to be pointing the finger at Ukraine. Russian Security Council Deputy Head Dmitry Medvedev just said this in a statement. If it's established that these are terrorists of the Kyiv regime, it's impossible to deal with them and their ideological inspirers differently. All of them must be found and mercilessly destroyed as terrorists, including officials of the state that committed such atrocities. Now, it's important to underline that Ukraine has denied any involvement in these attacks, and that has been reiterated by America, who says at this point there is nothing to suggest that Ukraine was involved. But what has happened in Moscow has happened shortly after, actually, the US Embassy issued a warning to people living in Russia, saying that they should avoid crowded areas because there was a risk of an attack. Now, you'll remember it's actually less than a week since President Putin won the election and tightened his grip on Russia. So people will be questioning if this is some sort of retaliatory attack. For that, we simply do not know at this stage. As I said, investigations are continuing to find out who is responsible and why they carried this out.
Indeed, Siobhan, but from your experience of the way in which the Russian government, the Russian security services handle incidents such as this, I suspect, I wonder if you agree, that those comments from Dmitry Medvedev, we will be hearing more comments of that type from other senior figures whilst this investigation at least is ongoing.
Yes, I expect so. And if you look at that statement that I read out, the language in it is very clear. Whoever is responsible for carrying out these attacks, there will be absolutely no mercy. They've said that they will be treated as terrorists and that they are coming after them, essentially. This is going to be dealt with in the strongest possible manner. I guess some people will be concerned to think that maybe the finger could be pointed at Ukraine, even if there isn't enough evidence. That's something that's clearly people are going to be hoping to avoid. They don't want any escalation in this war, and that is why Ukraine in particular has been coming out very strongly to say that they have not been involved in these attacks.
Siobhan, many thanks indeed, and of course we'll have much more on this story throughout the evening, but let's return to Windsor and Sarah Jane New.
Thanks very much, Neil. Let's just remind you of the big breaking news tonight. The Princess of Wales announcing that she is currently receiving treatment for cancer. Now, Kate tonight released a very personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Well, it is a very human story, but it's a royal story that is receiving global attention. More reaction coming in to us all the time here at Sky News. We've just heard from the US Ambassador to the UK, Jane Hartley. She has released a statement this evening saying, "I'm heartbroken to hear of the Princess of Wales' cancer diagnosis. On behalf of all of us at the United States Embassy in London, I wish the Princess a swift recovery, and my thoughts are with her and her family." Well, there's also been a message from the Prime Minister of New Zealand, Christopher Luxon. He said this: New Zealand's thoughts are this morning with the Princess of Wales following the news of her cancer diagnosis. I know Kiwis across the world will be wishing her well in her recovery. Well, let's speak now to Dr. Anna Hemming, a former royal family GP. Dr. Hemming, thank you so much for speaking to us here on Sky News this evening. First of all, your reaction to this news?
I was incredibly sad to hear the news that came out at 6 o'clock this evening. And what a shame. It's really, really tough to take in.
Can we talk about the medical details that the Princess of Wales chose to make public today? She said that she had major abdominal surgery. As a consequence of that, subsequent tests revealed that cancer was present, a cancer diagnosis. And she's now undergoing cancer treatment. Can you just talk us through what that is like? Because so many people at home will be just about to start that journey, and cancer presents and cancer is discovered in so many different ways, and often it is by going into hospital, as we saw with the King, that you go in with one thing and something else crops up.
Yes, that's right. And actually, in these cases, it can be quite fortunate that the cancer cells are found early. And when things are found early, then the recovery from the cancer is often extremely successful. I think that when somebody has such a surprise diagnosis, like Her Royal Highness has had, that obviously it takes quite a moment to sink in, because she may not have had any symptoms. And obviously, having had surgery, she's recovering from that at the same time. So when you get this news, it's going to take a while to sink in, and also take a while to be able to commence your treatment from it. Luckily for the Princess of Wales, in this case, it has been found very early, and the treatment that she will be given is going to be understandably one that hopefully she's going to come through very, very well. The treatments that you have at this point for cancer can come in different forms. You can have oral medication, further surgery, treatment that you might have chemotherapy in hospital, radiotherapy, and for each type of cancer, the treatments are very different, and they can be tailor-made to the individual now too. So there is so much available, and the recovery rates from cancer are improving year on year. So for everybody out there who's going through this, it can be incredibly difficult. But you will have the support of your medical professionals, your family, all of your loved ones around you, and you have to stay positive.
Dr. Hemming, can I ask you about the age of the Princess of Wales? Because so many people tonight are saying she's so young. She's 42 years of age, and I know that when we cover the King's cancer diagnosis, not to be insensitive, he's over 70, so it's something that you might expect. But when it happens to a young mother in her early 40s with 3 young children, talk us through the statistics. How common is this?
It's obviously not as common when you're in your early 40s to have a cancer diagnosis. It's not unheard of. And I think that as obviously our understanding and our scanning and our detective work is improving, we are tending to find in some cases of certain cancers that we're finding it at a much younger age. Now, this is obviously a shock when people are in their early 40s or even younger and they have a cancer diagnosis, but it can also be quite positive because it's found at that point. And some cancers are incredibly slow to progress. So you could be in a situation with no symptoms where you've got cancer and you don't know. So luckily for the Princess of Wales, it has been found. It sounds like it's incredibly early in the state of the cells, and hopefully everything has gone. So that the treatment she will be having will be a preventative treatment to make sure all of those cells within the body are absolutely gone, and therefore she can then recover and continue to be monitored to make sure they don't come back.
Dr. Hemming, cancer is the great leveller. It doesn't matter if you're the royal family from Windsor or the Jones family from Slough. You've been a royal family GP. Obviously, they're just like the rest of us when it comes to health, but also they come with a higher level of public interest, and in that respect, a higher level of expected privacy when it comes to medical matters. Can you just talk to me about how that's navigated? Because that has made headlines this week in terms of people's interest in the royal family's health. Some people trying to find out more than they should by, terrible means. How do you protect them in that sense? People have said it's brave for the King and now the Princess of Wales to speak so openly, but just how protected are they when it comes to medical matters?
I think it's wonderfully brave that both the King and the Princess of Wales have spoken out about what's going on. As we've all heard over the past few weeks, there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of stories run by the press and the media, and actually that can be more harmful and more hurtful to a person than talking about what's really going on. So I think she's incredibly brave to have released the information that she has today, and I really hope that the aftermath of that will be that the Princess of Wales will be left to recover. And I'm so proud that she has navigated through talking to her young children, which is not easy with these kind of conversations. And the support that I hope they all have, and the strength and the unity they have as a close family and the extended family, and obviously the rest of the world that's right behind her. It's so important. It's so important to stay positive.
Dr. Anna Hemming, thank you so much for joining us on Sky News this evening, reacting to that breaking news. The Princess of Wales announcing in a personal video statement earlier on tonight that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Let's now bring in our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, who is standing by. Rhiannon, it's been quite a few weeks for the Prince and Princess of Wales, and tonight we have a very personal message. What did you make of the statement that the Princess of Wales made?
I think, first of all, we have to say that it's actually quite hard to take it all in, isn't it? That the royal family, I know for all of their privilege, for them to be dealing with this double cancer diagnosis is an incredibly awful thing for them all. I think with this statement, though, the Princess had decided that this was going to be the best way that she was going to announce the news to the world, because they are very aware that this isn't just going to resonate here in the UK, it's also going to be resonating globally at the moment. But I think when you watch the message, there were clearly moments where she had to take a deep breath and compose herself and keep going. I've spoken to her before. She doesn't like doing public speaking. She doesn't necessarily like doing those video messages. But of course, this would have had its own challenges and difficulties. And I think especially when she, in those really moving parts of it, talks about her 3 children. And I think that is where most people's hearts will go out to her the most, is the fact that she's not only had to deal with the cancer diagnosis and starting the treatment, but also had to sit her 3 still quite young children down and try and explain to them that their mummy has got cancer and she's now having to undergo this treatment. It's quite awful for them.
Rhiannon, in her statement, the Princess of Wales said she's wanting time, space and privacy to deal with this and get back to full health. She said she takes so much from her royal duties, she loves her work and she wants to get back to it. But let's face it, certain sections of the media, particularly online media, social media, have not respected any of that and may not, despite that personal plea. What do you think happens now? Do you think the speculation dies down and people just let her be until she is ready? Or am I being too optimistic?
Do you know what? I think it's really hard, and there will always be people who will criticise the royal family, who will say, look, they have this wonderful lifestyle, they're different from us. But as I heard you talking about earlier, ill health is a real leveller. It can strike any family. I think the problem has been, over the last few weeks, the amount of noise around what's happening with the Princess of Wales it's been deafening. And the conspiracy theories that have been on social media have been incredibly vicious. And I think certainly for Prince William, he has been deeply frustrated on one hand, but also incredibly angry on another, that he has felt that his family have been under attack. What has been interesting, though, tonight, though, is finding out from the palace that the decision to do this video was nothing to do, really, with the media hype. It purely has come down to their 3 children. They, all along, had said they were not going to make a knee-jerk reaction. They weren't just going to jump to the fact that people were speculating and try and shut it down. But the reason that they've decided to put this video out now, and that Kate basically has taken control in this way, is because they now know that the 3 children, they have broken up from school for the Easter break. And I think they're hoping now that as a family, they can all spend some time together. They've got 4 weeks off. The children can now be away from the classroom. They don't have to listen to any chatter at the school gates from parents. They don't have to speak to their fellow pupils about it. They can simply be with their mum and dad. And I think it's a really powerful message, isn't it? You've got a mother, I think, in essence, saying, look, we all, not just me, but all of us as a family, need some time to heal.
Rhiannon, thank you. Rhiannon Mills, our royal correspondent, with your reaction to that breaking news tonight, the Princess of Wales announcing that she is receiving treatment for cancer. We are now just hearing that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Harry and Meghan, have released a statement regarding the Princess of Wales's news. It says, "We wish health and healing for Kate and the family and hope they are able to do so privately and in peace." A statement there from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex regarding the Princess of Wales' cancer diagnosis. Let's bring in our royal commentator, Emily Andrews. Emily, in terms of this being a royal story, it's a very human story, a very personal story as well. The royal family very much wearing their hearts on their sleeves at the moment, given the fact that they're going through the darkest of times, as it was pointed out to me earlier. It really doesn't seem that long ago since we lost the late Queen.
Well, I think your heart has to go out to them, really, doesn't it, on a very emotional level, because particularly for Prince William, he lost his mother, aged 15. Then he lost his grandmother. Yes, she had, lived a long time and was in her 90s, but still, William and the late Queen Elizabeth were very close. Then his wife has to go into hospital for abdominal surgery. Then his father is diagnosed with cancer. Then the King's cousin, Lady Gabriella Windsor, to whom Prince William is close, her husband, Thomas Kingston, was found dead. Inquest hasn't decided yet, but it's thought that he did take his own life, very sadly. I mean, poor Prince William, I actually feel incredibly sorry for him, because he's having to be there for his wife, he's having to be there for his children, and obviously, as Rhiannon and you have been saying, having to deal with the kind of the media fallout from trying to deal with this over the last couple of weeks. And as I thought, Kate's statement this evening, it was filmed on Wednesday in the grounds of Windsor Castle, but she made a very valiant point that many families will be going through essentially what they are, and she sort of said that I hope that they can take hope and spirit in the same way that she did, and typical really of the Princess of Wales to be thinking of others and not of herself at this time.
This story moves so quickly on an emotional level. It was shock, sadness, and then optimism, because the Princess of Wales' statement was upbeat given the circumstances, saying she'd reassured her children that she was going to be okay. "As I have said to them," the Princess of Wales said, "I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits." Towards the end of her statement, as she said, she thought of others. She said that if you are going through cancer, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone. So I think she wants people to take from this the message that she is doing okay. As she said, she loves her work, she will be back. So a huge note of optimism that shouldn't be overlooked tonight.
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right, because I think she does want, that's her saying as much as she can that the outlook is positive, the outlook, she's going to recover. This is preventative chemotherapy. And she obviously doesn't want to tell us what the abdominal surgery was for. And she hasn't said what kind of cancer she's suffering from, quite understandably. We don't know from King Charles either. But I think the words that she used, and I understand that she very much kind of helped draft this statement. They are very much her own kind of words and feelings. When I've very much kind of felt that in that phrase, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. That's very Catherine that Rhiannon and I have spoken to many times. And I think that she does want to be positive, both from her point of view. Obviously, positivity is very important when you're trying to recover from something as serious as cancer, but also be positive for her children's sake, and also be positive for the national, international outlook. Because as you said already, this this story is not just a UK story, it sort of goes around the globe. She is one of the world's most famous people. She is future queen in 14 realms, including the United Kingdom. We've had messages from, from the Prime Minister of Canada, of Australia, of New Zealand. Obviously, we had that lovely message from the King about his beloved daughter-in-law, and very nice as well that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, now living in America, have said that they, send her very best. They wish health and healing for Kate and the family, able to do so privately and in peace.
Emily Andrews, royal commentator and journalist, really appreciate your time this evening here on Sky News. Thank you so much. Well, if you are just joining us, a reminder of tonight's breaking news: the Princess of Wales announcing earlier that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Catherine released a personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
The Princess of Wales there in her own words. Well, I'm joined now by Christina Kyriakou, former head of communications for the King when he was, of course, Prince Charles. Christina, reaction coming in all the time. We've just had a statement from Harry and Meghan which reads, "We wish health and healing for Kate and the family and hope they are able to do so privately and in peace." That very much being the message from all the reaction, whether it's a member of the royal family or a political figurehead from overseas. It's give them space, give them time, and we wish them all the best.
Absolutely, Sarah Jane, and I think that's what you would wish for anyone who's very, very ill, cancer or otherwise. You'd want them to be in private and in peace with those that they love around them. So yes, that message is being echoed around the world, and let's hope they're allowed to do that.
We've also had messages from the Princess of Wales' brother, James Middleton, who said on Instagram, posted a picture and in the caption put, "As a family, we've climbed many mountains together, essentially. This is another one to climb." And of course, the King as well, one of the first to speak out about how proud he is of Catherine.
Yes, I know that it feels that the Middleton family have always been there. They're rocks behind Kate, and I think we've always had that sense as members of the public that they're just so close and they're a very, very tight-knit family. But in terms of King Charles, he's always the first to give messages of good health, goodwill, greetings to people all the time. He literally works so hard to always make sure he's the first with an empathetic word or a word of encouragement. And I feel certain he will have felt as proud of the Princess of Wales as we all did. I felt she spoke in such a dignified, elegant manner and in very, very simple terms. You know, we don't know if the children were watching. So she's already had to explain to her children. So perhaps if they were watching that, she's repeating words. And she was very, very clear. This is preventative treatment. This is because she's going to get better. It's going to prevent her getting ill again. So preventative treatment, chemo is an intense treatment, but she can, withstand that. She's a fit and relatively young lady, and she keeps herself very, very well.
And Christina, obviously there is the PR side of the royal family, and when you look at what's been happening to them over the last couple of years, it's not been great. But on the personal side, they've experienced that as a family. So we're talking about the death of the Duke of Edinburgh, the death of the Queen, family rifts, ill health. They've really been put through it, haven't they? Just on a basic human level, they really have been through a lot.
They've really, really been through such an enormous amount, and I hope that we can all look forward to Christmas and perhaps all of them being together. I know that seems a terribly long time away, but it really does show that they're not infallible. They are going through what people around the world are going through. No sooner do you get through one challenge, another one hits, and sometimes life's like that. And they are real people. They're not, they're just because they've got better medical attention than anybody else. It just goes to show you don't know what's around the corner. No matter what sort of money you've got, no matter what sort of care you've got, these things can challenge and happen to us all. And in one way, I hope that brings us all closer together, seeing that they're going through exactly the same things as other people.
And it's a reminder to people who are saying things online that you do not know what is going on behind closed doors, no matter who you are, and just to be kind.
Absolutely. What a great message, Sarah Jane, because people do speculate. Social media is a forum for rumour, speculation. Everybody's a journalist, and you don't know. You absolutely don't know. And I feel, looking back to Mothering Sunday and that photograph, perhaps we can all understand why the picture was tweaked in the way. We couldn't understand.
Felt her best that day.
That's right. We couldn't understand it at the time. It was unfortunate. You want everything to be transparent in the world, but looking at this now, you can understand.
Christina, thank you. Christina Kyriakou speaking there. Let's bring in Dr. John Conabare, consultant clinical oncologist at St Bartholomew's Hospital. Dr. Conabare, good of you to join us here on Sky News this evening. I know you, like millions of people now, will have seen the Princess of Wales' statement. She gave us quite a bit of detail about what had happened to her medically and physically. What did you take from the statement, listening as an oncologist?
I think the thing that struck me first is her bravery to come out and to share with the public, and in fact the world, the recent events in her health, and to make it clear to the public that she's obviously going through a very challenging period with the diagnosis of cancer, with recent events in the wider family, and now she's facing treatment. And understandably, she would like some privacy now that she's shared her story with the world. Clearly, she's gone into some detail about the sequence of events that have transpired since she's had her abdominal surgery earlier this year, and she's given us some idea of the treatment that she now faces moving on from her recent surgical procedure.
She called it preventative treatment. Perhaps you could explain to us a bit more about what that means.
So many patients who have some form of surgery that's removed cancer, after that surgery has been completed and that period of healing has taken place, there is a valuable role giving drug treatment in that post-surgical setting. Medically, we call it adjuvant treatment. It normally involves drug treatments which are designed to attack and kill any lingering cancer cells that may still be in the patient's body. Clearly, we aren't clear what type of cancer we are actually dealing with. And so in terms of the chemotherapy treatment that's being used, it's very difficult to say, as chemotherapy is typically linked to the type of cancer that's being treated, so that ultimately the cancer treatment is individualized to that particular patient's circumstances, their cancer, their stage of disease. And these days, we have so many different types of treatments that we can offer. It's really a guess. It would be a guess, I should say, to try and think about what she might be receiving.
Her treatment ongoing, and the Princess of Wales struck such an optimistic note. But in terms of what happens after her treatment is finished, perhaps you could explain to people watching tonight what the plan is for those who have had cancer, because you don't suddenly get signed off by your doctor and told all is well. You are kept close and looked after for a number of years.
That's correct. So my personal specialty is in breast and lung cancers. Patients who've had surgery for breast cancer or who have had surgery for lung cancer, when they receive that post-operative chemotherapy to reduce the risk of cancer recurrence, they then after that enter a period of surveillance and observation that often involves trips to come and see their medical team, to share with them any possible symptoms they may have noticed. And if those symptoms are suspicious, often we'll organise further investigations to ensure that there's no signs of cancer relapse. Often it's 5 years of follow-up that takes place once there's been a cancer diagnosis, and often at 5 years patients will be handed back to their general practitioner. But of course, that can vary depending on the precise cancer that's being treated. And also in terms of ongoing imaging. In some cancers, we use, for instance, CT or X-rays to look for any signs of cancer recurrence. And also in some cancers, you can use blood-based tests and markers to look to see if there's any signs or suggestions of cancer recurrence within the patient's body.
And just a final question. When we heard about the King's cancer diagnosis, we heard about the huge surge in people Googling prostate cancer symptoms, going onto Prostate Cancer UK's website. The fact that the Princess of Wales is even mentioning cancer, regardless of what type it is, what kind of effect does this have? What do you see happening in the medical profession as a result of this kind of news?
I think, and again, when it came to King Charles, I think by them sharing their stories and their experiences, I think it helps to destigmatize cancer. I think it helps to raise public awareness about cancer. And I think it encourages people to seek medical help, to seek out advice from a doctor should they be experiencing symptoms which are suspicious, so that they can be investigated and appropriately managed should cancers be detected. I think their bravery to come forward, to share their experience with the public, is a huge step forward in helping to drive patient and public awareness of cancer, so that we can see patients sooner, find cancers earlier, and hopefully improve outcomes for those patients by treating their cancers more effectively. Really important.
Dr. John Conybeare, consultant clinical oncologist at St Bartholomew's Hospital. Really appreciate your time this evening. Reaction coming in all the time to this breaking news this evening. We have had a statement on social media from Gary Goldsmith. If that name isn't familiar to you, you might know the term Uncle Gary. He is the Princess of Wales' uncle on her mother's side. He recently appeared in Celebrity Big Brother. And the quote says, "As many will have seen, I'm featured in Saturday's Times magazine. This interview and shoot was done over a week ago and went to print before I was aware of the sad news regarding my niece, Kate. My thoughts and prayers are with Kate and the wider family at this difficult time, and deeply upset at the timing of this article. I hope this draws a line over the continued speculation and horrible conspiracies. Let's give Kate, William and the children time and show some love back. I'm not familiar with the, this is me speaking, not Gary Goldsmith, I'm not familiar with the content of that article in the Times magazine, but the Princess of Wales' uncle seemingly apologising for whatever was in it, because obviously the interview was done well before this breaking news. Plenty more reactions come from here in Windsor tonight following the news that the Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer. In the meantime, I'm going to hand back to Neil in the studio. Neil.
And we'll return to our other breaking news story this evening. And according to the Russian news agency TASS, at least 40 people are reported to have been killed and more than 100 injured after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. Now, it is understood that several gunmen wearing camouflage clothing opened fire inside the building. Reports say there may have been up to 5 attackers. We have had pictures from inside the building at the time of the attack. First, though, a warning, some of the images we're about to show you may find very upsetting. Sky's Siobhan Robbins has been following the story. Siobhan, I suspect that this is very much a live story for 2 reasons, really. One, of course, the fire that is still ongoing at that concert hall. Second, as I've just seen, the Russian Ministry of Culture cancelling mass events in Moscow.
Yes, that's right. Russia is reacting to this horrendous attack, as you say, cancelling mass events. We've just heard in the last hour that actually children have been confirmed among those dead. As you said, TASS news agency reporting at least 40 people have died, at least 100 injured. Just to rewind to what we do know has happened, videos have come out from this concert hall on the northwest edge of Moscow, where it appears that gunmen dressed in combat gear entered the concert hall. Some reports saying as many as 5 of them. They appear to be armed with automatic weapons, and you can hear round after round of bullets being fired. Now, from the outside, you can see the building is on fire now. It's reported that those attackers also threw explosives into the concert hall, and that concert hall can hold more than 6,000 people. Now, we know that evacuations were taking place to get people out. What we don't know is if any were left inside. We also don't know who is responsible. Ukraine has said they are not involved, but we do understand that President Putin is being kept abreast of all of this. And we're already hearing very strong words from some officials in Russia who are already questioning whether this is the work of Ukraine. At the moment, though, nothing has been confirmed, and the assailants are still being hunted for.
Siobhan, many thanks. And of course, we'll have much more on this story from Moscow throughout the evening. Clearly, a live situation, as Siobhan was suggesting. We are hearing reports that children have been caught up in the crossfire. Children have been included in the numbers injured and indeed the numbers killed. But after the break, we will be straight back to Windsor for much more reaction to the news that the Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer.
This is Sky News. It is 9 o'clock. We are live from Windsor Castle tonight as the Princess of Wales announces that she is receiving treatment for cancer. In a video statement, Catherine says it was a huge shock after an incredibly tough couple of months.
Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both.
In a statement tonight, Buckingham Palace said the King was so proud of Catherine for her courage.
And our other top story this evening, at least 40 people have been killed after a gun attack on a theatre in Moscow. More than 100 people were injured and several explosions were heard when gunmen dressed in combat gear attacked the Crocus City Hall.
Good evening from Windsor Castle. Our top story tonight. The Princess of Wales has announced that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Catherine says the abdominal surgery she had in January was successful, and at the time, her condition was believed to be non-cancerous. However, tests carried out after that operation have revealed the presence of cancer, and Catherine started a course of preventative chemotherapy late last month. Tonight, the Princess of Wales has released a personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
In a statement from Buckingham Palace tonight, we got the King's reaction. His Majesty is so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking as she did. Following their time in hospital together, His Majesty has remained in the closest contact with his beloved daughter-in-law throughout the past weeks. Both their Majesties will continue to offer their love and support to the whole family through this difficult time. And in the last hour, we've had a statement from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. They released this message to their sister-in-law, the couple saying simply, "We wish health and healing for Kate and the family and hope they are able to do so privately and in peace." The Prime Minister Rishi Sunak released a statement which says, My thoughts are with the Princess of Wales, Prince of Wales, the royal family, and in particular her 3 children at this difficult time. The Princess of Wales has the love and support of the whole country as she continues her recovery. She has shown tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she has been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. When it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family. I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she is ready. And the Princess's brother, James Middleton, posted a picture on social media paying tribute to his sister. He wrote, "Over the years, we have climbed many mountains together, and as a family, we will climb this one with you too." I'm joined now by our science and medical correspondent, Thomas Moore. Thomas, so much in that video statement released earlier this evening from the Princess of Wales, but let's focus on what she revealed about her cancer diagnosis. We've lost the line to Thomas Moore, so what I'll do is I'll just bring in our royal correspondent, Laura Bundock, who's with me here at Windsor Castle. Laura, I'll ask the same question to you. So much in that statement that was practical information, but also very personal as well. What did you take from it?
I think my big takeaway is the fact Kate didn't have to make that statement. She didn't have to go on camera. She didn't have to say anything at this point, but she chose to. And I think no one could doubt the amount of courage it would take to do something like that. I think it's an incredibly brave move from her. She was very dignified when she gave the statement. And we know a lot more about what's been going on there, don't we? We know that following that major surgery she had in the middle of January, that the subsequent tests have picked up the cancer, and that over the last few weeks, from the end of February, she has begun this preventative chemo for the cancer. Now, we don't know what kind of cancer she has, we don't know what stage it's at, we don't know how long she'll be having this treatment, where she's having it, how regularly she'll be having it. But I think she has shared a lot of information, and I think above all else, this plea for privacy, for the time and the space to allow her to recover, is the thing that really sticks in my mind at the moment.
I think it's worth noting as well, Kensington Palace pointing out to you and Rhiannon Mills, our correspondent as well, that this was not a reaction to the flurry of speculation, conspiracy theories we've seen over the last couple of weeks since the Mother's Day photograph. This was as planned. The Prince and Princess of Wales had a plan all along. They are sticking to it.
Yeah, very much so. Look, forget everything we've sort of heard, we've sort of reported on, we've covered over the last few days. This was always the moment they had chosen to go public with this news. And there is one very simple reason for that, 3 simple reasons, then it's their 3 children, basically. I think particularly with George, who's 10, turns 11 later in the year, there were members of his class kind of going home, coming back, asking him questions ever since Kate had the surgery. It was really difficult. So the couple wanted to be able to break the news to the children at the right time and in the right way, and using the right language. Louis is only 5, he'll be 6 in a few weeks' time, but I think it was giving them the space to be able to process it, come to terms with it, ask all the questions they'd have to ask. And then today, most significantly, is the day they broke up from school. So there was not going to be Monday morning everyone wanting to ask them about it. They've now got over 3 weeks, away, hopefully, as a family together, where they can spend the time together they need to, help support Kate in every way they can, but the family and the children are very much the priority. William, I'm told, speaking to Kensington Palace, has gone into absolute protection mode at the moment. I mean, privacy has always been a red line for him. His family's privacy means a huge amount, and that this is what he is wanting to protect at the moment. And I think the fact the Princess has made this statement is significant, but now this request for her privacy is the one thing they really want to happen.
Laura, is she going to get that? Because you're quite right, that's something the Princess of Wales explicitly outlined in her personal video statement. It was her own words. We've heard it repeated in the reaction, whether it be from the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak or from Meghan and Harry. Privacy is paramount. Is she going to get that?
I think you can only hope at this stage, can't you? Because regardless of all the volume of rumour and speculation, I think the hardest thing was those vicious conspiracy theories. They were outlandish, they were untrue, they were unkind, they were really hurtful. And I think now we know what Kate was also going through at the same time as being under all the pressure following those sorts of and I say it's not even rumours, is it? They were conspiracy theories. You can only hope that those who've been spreading them can sit back a bit and look at what's happening here and realise it's not just a Princess of Wales, it's a mum, it's a wife who has cancer, she's getting treatment, she's asked for privacy, that is respected.
OK. Laura, thank you. Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent here with me at Windsor Castle. We'll speak again as we continue to follow this breaking news this evening that the Princess of Wales is undergoing treatment for cancer, preventative treatment, she has been keen to stress. Well, more reaction coming into us all the time. We've had some from the England football manager, Gareth Southgate. He was asked about this breaking news at a news conference ahead of England's game against Brazil tomorrow.
Clearly, we've just heard about the Princess of Wales, and we just wanted to send our thoughts and best wishes to her and all of her family. Remarkably dignified statement that she gave, and we obviously have a very close relationship with the family, so we're very upset to hear the news, but hopefully everything goes well.
Well, Christina Kyriakou is with me here at Windsor Castle, former Communications Secretary to King Charles when he was the Prince of Wales. Christina, that just gives you an idea there. The England football manager, I know the Prince of Wales is, head of the Football Association, but it just gives you the kind of idea of the breakthrough of this story. It is a global story. On my drive to get here this evening, I was listening to the news breaking on the radio and people saying, if you go on social media, for example, TikTok, a story about Kate will get billions of views worldwide. This is huge. Everybody's going to be asked about it and everybody will want to say something.
It's so true, Sarah Jane. I mean, the Queen was the most photographed and well-known woman in the world, Queen Elizabeth. And I think that really has fallen to the Princess of Wales, to Kate. She really is known globally for her glamour, her style, her dignity, her decorum, and those three wonderful children, her husband, the heir to the throne. And so there isn't anyone who doesn't know who she is. That's how big this story is.
I also keep hearing about the fact that the working royals, the royal family that go to all the royal engagements are threadbare. Obviously, understandably, the King and the Princess of Wales receiving treatment for cancer. Prince William taking time away to look after his family. It leaves Queen Camilla, Sophie and Edward and a number of others. And I keep hearing people saying, they miss Kate, they miss the King. Of course they do, but at a time like this, does it really matter, I wonder, in terms of, having royals out and about? We know what's going on.
It's a good thought, and of course it's worthy of discussion. But at the end of the day, I think in the modern world we've got used to the glamour. We're seduced.
Right? Yeah.
We're seduced as we were by Princess Diana. We love the glamour, we love the style, we love the young children. It's just, and I know that we are a little bit deficit of that in the royal family at the moment. But still, we've got the stalwarts there. We've got Camilla there. We've got
the Princess
Sophie.
Royal.
Yes, the Princess Royal. I mean, she just gets on and does resolutely, wanting nothing, no recognition, no publicity or anything. So Princess Anne out there, of course, doing her duty over and over again and really supporting her brother. So in the same way, Kate will be supported, and when she does return, it will be magnificent. And let's all look forward to a wonderful Christmas at Sandringham with them all there. And it will be a wonderful return. So just for a moment, no, the glamour and the younger members of the royal family will not be out there, but they'll be back.
Yeah. A positive note to end on, Christina, which is, of course, positivity that the Princess of Wales wanted to put across in her statement. Thank you, Christina Kyriakou, there. Well, let's bring you some more reaction, shall we, to that breaking news that the Princess of Wales is receiving treatment for cancer. We've had a very simple statement on social media tonight from the First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden. She wrote this: "You are brave and we love you." The NHS Chief Executive, Amanda Pritchard, reacted to the news, saying, on behalf of the National Health Service, "I'm really sorry to hear this shocking news. Our thoughts are with the Princess of Wales and the royal family, especially while her treatment continues." We know how difficult a diagnosis and treatment journey can be for patients and their families. Speaking out about it is really brave, and it can help others to get worrying signs and symptoms checked. Earlier, my colleague Jonathan Samuels spoke to former royal correspondent Jenny Bond on her reaction to the announcement from the Princess.
What a courageous young woman she is, how very brave to make a video message like that. She didn't have to, but she did that partly because I think of all the ridiculous, absurd theories that have been going around on the internet. And that really is my second thought. It is that I hope that those social media trolls who have peddled such ghastly, hurtful theories will now realise what they've done and be absolutely ashamed of themselves. And I hope we'll all take pause for thought and not be led by the nose by what goes on social media. But I think we should think, what a brave young woman. She obviously has got a bit of a battle ahead. She's just been trying to keep her family together, keep her thoughts together, look after those precious children. And my heart absolutely goes out to her. And I think that everyone's estimation of her will go sky high now.
She absolutely has a right, doesn't she, to privacy, especially over sensitive medical issues. But do you think the palace have made this decision because of all that pressure you mentioned, because of those online trolls?
Yes, probably. And I don't think she should ever have felt that she was required to go sit in front of a camera and make a statement about her health. But I think that she has been pressured by the media into doing that. But she is a strong woman. I mean, I think we look on the very bright side here. She says she's going to be okay. She's getting stronger every day. She's looking forward to getting back to work, but she needs more time. She'll obviously need quite a lot of time.
Well, the royal family have been on the front pages of the newspapers around the world this week, and Kate's illness is likely to dominate the papers throughout the weekend. For more on this, let's speak now to Ailsa Anderson, who served as press secretary to the Queen between 2001 and 2013. Good of you to join us this evening here on Sky News. Thank you so much. Could you just give us an idea of the reach of this story? This is making global news because we're talking about one of the most famous women in the world.
Well, I just see, obviously I saw the video statement and I thought it was incredibly personal and honest and open. And I have met, I've seen lots of people talk about the Princess of Wales who probably not met her, but they've all got an opinion. I've actually spoken to her and met her many, many times. And she's extraordinary. She's amazing. She's very, very down to earth and genuine and honest. I couldn't speak more highly of her. And I think that the message that she sent in that video was beautiful, extraordinary, honest. And a lot of it, there's 3 million people who are affected by cancer in the UK. 1 in 2 people have cancer. So for her to reach out and touch at a human level for them, I just thought it was a beautiful and honest and wonderful thing to do. And that is what the royal family are really amazing for.
Honest and optimistic, it has to be said as well, Ailsa. This video will be being shown across the world on various different platforms. It will be on the front pages of newspapers tomorrow. And you hope it's the optimism that they may concentrate on in terms of the Princess of Wales saying, I'm doing well, I love my royal duties, I want to get back to work, but only when I'm ready to do so.
For sure. And she obviously has to balance her public duties with her private life. And she's got 3 small children. Louis is 5 years old. And to try and balance what they say to their children to what they say in public is a really difficult thing. I've got 2 kids. What you say in public and what you say in private are 2 very, very different things. So, I think your heart really, really goes out to what she is doing. And I think the timing is really good. So it's the video is going out on the day that the children break up for Easter holidays. So they're not going to be quizzed when they go to school tomorrow about what their mother is going through. So I think it's a really clever presentation of her illness and going forward. Good on them.
Yeah, well, the Prince and Princess of Wales had their plan, didn't they, from the outset about when the public would know information. And we've been told by Kensington Palace tonight that this statement was not in a reaction to the lurid online conspiracy theories or speculation or the incident about the Mother's Day photograph. This was always when they were going to say something. And in that respect, the Prince and Princess of Wales are getting it right, aren't they, in terms of balancing the personal and the public life?
You're so right. I think you're always going to get the distractors. You're always going to get the people who are going to criticise. But they've got to balance their public life with their personal life. She's the Princess of Wales, so she's going to be the next queen, but she's also a wife. She's also a mother. And you've got to balance that very, very tricky path going forward. And when you're ill, and as I've said before, 1 in 2 of us have probably experienced someone who's had cancer in their lives. It's jolly difficult. And actually, I think everyone is entitled to their own sense of health privacy going forward, whether you're a member of the royal family or whether you are someone like me, who's nobody, to be honest. So, everyone is entitled to their own privacy going forward in health. So I think they've balanced it really well. And do you know what? I was so moved by that statement. I really was. As I said, I've met her. I know her. I was really moved by that statement. And I think, golly, for you to do that, I think we should all be behind her.
Well, Ailsa, look, as you said, you know her on a personal level. You've had many conversations with her. You know her better than most people watching. What would your message to people be about Princess of Wales' request for time, space, privacy?
You know what? I would say the message for anybody who's going through a cancer. My mother went through it 2 years ago. Anyone who goes through a cancer scenario, give them a break, support them, love them, give them the time and space so they can recover. Treat her like you would treat your own member of the family, I think.
Yeah, wise words to end on. Thank you, and we wish you and your mother well. Hope she's doing okay. Thank you so much for speaking to us here on Sky News. We're going to have plenty more here from Windsor throughout the evening, but I'm going to return to Neil in the studio for some breaking news.
Sarah Jane, thanks very much indeed. Do stay where you are. Coming up next, we'll be discussing the situation in Moscow, where more than 40 people have been killed in a gun attack on a concert hall.
It's unbelievable, actually, the change. I mean, before, I could barely get out of bed. I couldn't really work properly. But it was, I think, even 3 days after the operation, when we were both lying in bed, feeling quite sorry for ourselves in the ward and, sort of wandering around with this massive wound. But in myself, I felt amazing. Like, you've suddenly got life back. You can actually, get up and you want to do stuff.
The recovery took a bit of a while for me because I'm going from 2 working kidneys, obviously, down to 1.
Yeah.
And then it takes time for that one to pick up the slack. So it took a few months for me to get back to normal, but now I'm back exercising again and feeling good.
Max was really sweet. He was so keen to do it, and I was a bit hesitant because obviously it's putting a family member, through an operation just for your own benefit. And Max has kids as well, so it was a big moral conundrum. But he was amazing because he always said to me, "I'm really keen to do this. I want to do it. You would do it in my position," and pushed it. I mean, as a family, we've always been incredibly close, and we're still all very close. And I don't think it's changed anything between us, because
I think if anything, it makes you closer. Now you just have that inherent bond together that very few other people do. Obviously, there are other live donors, but it's quite rare and it's quite cool.
Yeah. So now I can ski. I mean, we went before the operation and I could barely breathe and, you know, had to spend most of it in bed. But we've just been as a family the first big holiday since and felt so much better. You know, I've got a new job now. I'm studying at university again. And actually, you know, it opens up a future. You know, before it was a case of, you know, how am I going to manage even living? And now it's, you know, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? I'm ready to crack on.
Welcome back, and we return to our other breaking news story this evening. According to the Russian news agency TASS, at least 40 people are reported to have died and more than 100 injured after a shooting at a concert hall in Moscow. Let's speak to Sky's Siobhan Robbins. And Siobhan, the very latest that we are hearing is that Islamic State has claimed responsibility for this attack via their account on the Telegram social media channel.
Yes, that's right, Neil. This is very much a breaking news line, which has been broken by the Reuters news agency, as you say, saying that Islamic State has claimed responsibility for this attack. Let's come back to that in a second, just while I fill people in about what has happened. Now, this attack happened on the northwest outskirts of Moscow at a concert hall, and videos from the scene show gunmen dressed in combat gear entering that concert hall and rounds of bullets being fired off from what seemed to be automatic weapons. Video showing the outside of the building shows that a big fire was then started. Reports that those gunmen also threw explosives inside. And the concert hall was actually hosting a rock concert, and it has the capacity for more than 6,000 people. Now, we know that emergency services were trying to evacuate people as that building was on fire. What we don't know is if anyone was trapped inside. Now, 40 people, according to the TASS news agency, have died. At least 40 people, at least 100 people have been wounded. And we know, sadly, that children are among the dead. But for the last few hours, we and people around the world have been asking who is responsible. And it appears that, according to Reuters news agency, that Islamic State has claimed responsibility. I must underline, we haven't had any reaction from the Russians on this yet, and that hasn't been independently verified. But it's interesting because earlier this month, Russia's FSB actually said that they thwarted a planned attack by Islamic State on a synagogue in Moscow, and they frequently say that they are thwarting planned attacks by Islamic State. So it is possible that they have carried out this attack. Actually, earlier this evening, though, we heard from various officials in Russia who were saying that this was a heartless attack. And actually a statement from Dmitry Medvedev, who at that point seemed to be suggesting that there was a possibility that Ukraine was involved. And he issued a statement saying that if Ukraine was involved, then they would be responded to without any mercy. He said on his Telegram channel that whoever is responsible for this, the terrorists, it would be no mercy response, death for death. Now, Ukraine has denied any involvement. The US has also come out to say at this point there's no suggestion that Ukraine is involved. And now we're getting the statement via Reuters news agency with Islamic State suggesting that they were the ones behind this attack.
Siobhan, it doesn't matter where an incident such as this takes place. The early stages of an investigation are a point at which, well frankly, the immediate priority is the emergency response. And the latest we are hearing is that dozens of ambulances have arrived at the Skilofsovsky Institute of Emergency Care in Moscow. But more than that, just a little earlier, we were hearing from the Culture Ministry in Russia itself that mass gatherings would not be taking place across the country as a result of what we've been seeing this evening.
Yes, and what we're seeing in Moscow at the moment are two operations going on. So there's the direct response to the unfolding and ongoing emergency, so making sure that that building is safe, making sure that everyone gets out of the building, stopping the fire, searching the immediate area for anyone who was involved in these attacks, making sure the immediate area is safe, that the gunmen aren't going to go off and shoot other people in the area. And then on the other hand, trying to make the rest of Moscow and Russia safe in the coming days. So as you say, mass events have been cancelled in Moscow. There's tightened security at railway stations and also at the airports as well, as Russia tries to respond to what's happening. And we understand that the president is fully abreast of what's going on. He's being frequently updated by the security services there.
Siobhan, many thanks indeed. Much more, of course, from Siobhan, and indeed as we receive detail of what is taking place in Moscow. But coming up next, as the Princess of Wales reveals she is being treated for cancer, we'll be speaking to one former royal butler about how the family will be coping.
Hello, you're watching Sky News live from Windsor Castle. A reminder of tonight's breaking news. The Princess of Wales has announced that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Let's speak now to Grant Harold, a former royal butler. Mr. Harold, thank you so much for joining us here on Sky News. You will have seen the video statement for the Princess of Wales earlier on today, an informative one and a very personal one. What did you make of what Catherine had to say?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on. I think a lot of people have been wondering what's been going on for a while, and obviously that's why we've had all these different discussions and theories going on. I think this is amazing that she's actually decided to not just release a statement, which is normally done by the palace. That's not hugely unusual, but of course this is health, which is unusual because the palace don't normally do that. But even more so, the fact that she's actually addressed the nation and explained it from her own words is really significant. And again, it just shows you what she's like as a person, because I was lucky enough to obviously work for the family, and I very much spent a lot of time with William and Catherine during my time there, and I was always aware that she's always been very, very humble, very down to earth. I even thought back then, very brave, the fact that she was wanting one day to possibly marry into the royal family, which thankfully is what's happened. And once again, she's shown this true brave side of her, where she's kind of standing up to this disease, looking it in the eyes and letting us all know that she is getting better, and she's always going to fight this and win. But it's just so unprecedented that she's discussing this and fighting this, and her father-in-law is also fighting this. And it just shows you, with the royal family, it doesn't matter who you are, with diseases and illnesses, they affect everybody. But I said what's really unusual is we've got senior members of the royal family actually discussing it, which is fantastic.
And the Princess of Wales, in that statement, sparked quite a lot of optimism in terms of, she said, of course, this came as a huge shock, but she said that she reassured her children, George, Charlotte and Louis, that she was going to be okay. She went, as I have said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirit. She also spoke about people going through something similar, because of course we know 1 in 2 of us will get cancer. She said, for everyone facing this disease in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone. So much positivity to take out of something so awful. As she said, it's been extremely difficult and a huge shock for her entire family.
Absolutely. And I was thinking when I listened to the statement, how many hundreds of thousands or million, not even through this, but also getting the news around at the same time. And it's going to give them encouragement, I think, to kind of think, well, we're not alone. As I said, this affects everybody and anyone. And I think the words that she used are really significant, really important. And again, how many mothers and fathers are going through these diseases and having to try to explain to their children in the most lightest way possible what they're going through, but staying positive. And I think the one thing about the William and Catherine is they've always been a very positive couple, a positive outlook. And I think this is what they're showing is with this speech, is she's making it clear that staying positive and staying focused and getting better and focusing on her mind and everything, it just shows you that she's obviously going to go down the traditional methods, as we know, but don't forget her father-in-law is a huge believer in alternative medicines as well, and I'm sure she'll be looking at different areas as well, not just the traditional routes that will be happening, but she'll be looking at these other routes as well. And I think that's what she's referring to when she talks about the mind as well. It's that, isn't it, the positivity over the mind, power over the mind, and that's something I'm sure that she'll be discussing with other family members.
Yeah, anyone that's been touched by cancer knows it's not just the physical part of what you go through, it is the mental and emotional as well. You talked there about how personal that statement was, and she also talked about privacy and family in that. You know the royal couple, you know the Princess and Princess of Wales. That kind of personal element and positivity is actually the word used. That positive element is something they concentrate on, but privacy and family equally as important to them. And this has shone through in that statement and how they've reacted over the last few weeks and months.
Privacy's always been, I mean, I've been gone a few years now, but I remember how important that was to both of them. Very important. And I think the way this has been dealt, they've been in control, quite rightly, because this is a private matter. they've been in control of it. They've obviously, she's explained what the process, what's happened and what's been happening, but they've kept control of it. And I say, doing this this speech addressing the nation the way she has, which is, again, I don't think I'm wrong in saying it is unprecedented. I know we've had the King do it, but this is just an extraordinary time with two senior members of the royal family, or the King and the senior member of the royal family, Princess of Wales, actually telling the country and the world and discussing it, which is a huge thing for them, because they are a private family. And I think you agree that historically, when it came to royal health, they didn't really discuss it. I'm sure not that long ago, with the late Prince Philip kind of going back and forth to hospital, and not much information was ever given, and that's how it was. They never discussed that part of their lives. Was always very private, and the fact that they're opening up and discussing it and talking about it, I think, is really important. And it just shows this is a royal family that wants, not just to share the happy times, but it also wants to share, I don't want to say the sad times, but the difficult times, is I think would be the best way to describe it. They want to share the difficult times with the country, the Commonwealth and the world, and give hope to millions of other people that are going through the exact same situation now and in the future.
Grant Harold, former Royal Butler, really good to talk to you on Sky News tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, the Princess of Wales has said that the abdominal surgery she had back in January was successful, and at the time, her condition was believed to be non-cancerous. However, tests carried out after that operation have revealed the presence of cancer, and Kate started a course of preventative chemotherapy late last month. Well, tonight she released a personal video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them, and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
The Princess of Wales there speaking. I'm joined by our science and medical correspondent, Thomas Moore. I mean, Thomas, we know the statistics about cancer. 1 in 2 of us is going to get it, and the ripple effect of that, it touches everyone, doesn't it? Let's talk about what the Princess of Wales has told her about the medical element of it, and she talks about having treatment, and it's preventative treatment. For those who don't know, explain to us what that means.
Yes, so when she had the operation, major abdominal surgery, they did not know that she had cancer. So they removed the body tissues, and they would have been sent routinely to the lab to be tested, and that's where they discovered cancerous cells. Now, what they need to do then is to make sure that there were none left. And just in case, they do give chemotherapy. Now, that's a very potent class of drugs that are given to mop up any cancer cells that are left, because they are the seeds for future tumour growth. That's how cancer grows back. So you want to eliminate those as quickly as possible. But chemotherapy can be quite difficult to take because it doesn't differentiate very well between cancer cells and healthy cells. It just targets things that are dividing rapidly, growing rapidly, and that's where the side effects come in, because it also attacks hair cells, bone marrow, which produces blood, and also the lining of the stomach. So it can be quite grueling to take. The cancer drugs are getting much, much better, much easier to take than they ever were, but it is going to be a difficult few weeks and months.
You know, chemotherapy comes in so many different forms now, doesn't it? From the traditional infusion you think of when you hear about chemotherapy to tablets and so on. After the Princess of Wales completes her treatment, much like any other cancer patient, she will be on a pathway, won't she? You don't get signed off by your doctor or the NHS. They keep you close for many years.
Yes, and each pathway is unique. There's no standard treatment. It will all depend on how well she reacts to the drugs, whether she does suffer side effects. But normally chemotherapy would be given over a period of about 3 to 6 months, with several rounds of treatment in that time, with a few weeks off in between. Comes back and has further treatment. That's the normal way that chemotherapy is given. But you're right, they then start doing the scans, the further blood tests and so on, just to see whether there is anything that the chemo hasn't actually hit hard in these early stages. And of course there are many other drugs then that can be brought in, and the chances of beating cancer now are so much better than they ever were. And that, I think, is why Kate is so upbeat in that statement.
Yeah, so young as well, 42.
Which is unusual. Cancer is increasing, though, in people in their 40s, and doctors don't understand why.
OK, well, you know, if anything good can come out of this, it's people in their 40s looking out for symptoms and going to get checked. Just because you're young, cancer doesn't care, does it? OK, Thomas, thank you. Thomas Moore, our science correspondent there. Now, you're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a leading oncologist about tonight's breaking news, the treatment of the Princess of Wales, and we'll be talking about what lies ahead.
I'm Martin Brunt, and I'm Sky's crime correspondent. My most memorable story was, and still is, the disappearance of Madeleine McCann.
Please, please do not hurt her. Please give our little girl back.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
For detectives, the first 48 hours after a murder are crucial in the search for clues. The public expects them to find Jill Dando's killer soon. The British detectives are planning to meet forensic experts, academics, and even witch doctors.
I remember the grimmest case, the Soham murders of schoolgirls Holly and Jessica. I felt I can't undo what's happened, but I can help explain it.
Ian Huntley was arrested and charged within a fortnight of the murders.
I've never murdered anyone. I've never raped anyone. What am I in jail for?
The parole board has to decide if Bronson needs to be kept locked up for the safety of the public. My biggest challenge was to persuade a jailed diamond thief to answer my letters. Martin Brunt, Sky News at the Old Bailey.
Let's get more now on our top story. The Princess of Wales announcing tonight that she is receiving treatment for cancer. And we can speak now to consultant oncologist Justin Stebbing. Thank you so much for joining us. Your reaction to the Princess of Wales statement, it was very personal, but it was also very detailed.
As your science correspondent said, she's receiving preventative chemotherapy. Doctors often call that adjuvant chemotherapy. That word really means in addition to surgery, and we use those drugs, which, as we know, can be toxic and difficult to take, although they're getting much better now, to mop up remaining cancer cells that are there after surgery to increase the cure rate. Sometimes surgery alone cures people, but what we try to do, and we know this from many studies and treatment of millions of patients over the years, and the treatment's got so much better now, is that layering on different treatments such as surgery, chemotherapy, and sometimes people need other treatments as well, hormonal therapy and breast cancer being a good example. We know it's not breast cancer, but layering on treatments on top of one another really has enabled us to increase the cure rate, the definition of cure, really meaning living to old age and dying of something else.
So in layman's terms, this is dotting the I's and crossing the T's in terms of patients are offered this as an extra, if you like, in terms of if you really want to be sure, if you really want your mind to be put at ease that there is no cancer, this would be recommended for you.
That's really a good way of putting it. What we try to do as doctors is give people the information to make an informed decision. And sometimes you can have patients where there are large benefits of treatment and they don't want treatment, and sometimes there can be small benefits and people do want treatment. We typically, although we offer...
One of the benefits here, the Princess of Wales, is age.
So although we offer treatment, we often give advice as well. Now, when we give advice, we look at what we call the risk of recurrence. How likely is it that the tumour can recur? And we know that often in younger people, cancers can be more aggressive. And age is one factor. Now, a good thing about being younger is people are fitter generally, so they're more able to tolerate treatment, and they're more able to recover afterwards quickly.
The royal family have been through so much. Well, actually, take out royal. As a family, they've been through so much, particularly when it comes to health with the King's diagnosis and now the Princess of Wales. With the King, there was the same shock and an upset, but an acceptance of the fact that he's over 70 and, you know, cancer is prevalent in older people. That's why cancer rates are going up. But I was interested speaking to Thomas Moore, our science correspondent, who was saying that actually there is a rise in those in their 40s being diagnosed with cancer. And he said that the doctors didn't really know why. Have you got any insight to that?
There's a lot of speculation with a lack of good studies. It could be because of something related to our modern lifestyles or obesity and diets. It could be something else, such as we're able to diagnose it more and report it better. But the truth is, we're really not sure. But a lot of these data aren't absolutely definite, although it does look like that is the direction of travel as you describe. The biggest risk factor, though, for cancer is age. It's bigger than obesity or smoking and other things. And as we are able to live longer, fortunately, as we know, the prevalence and the incidence of cancer is increasing a lot.
Justin Stebbing, editor of the cancer journal Oncogene and a consultant oncologist. Really interesting to get your perspective this evening. Thank you so much. Coming up next, it's Sky News at 10. More from here at Windsor Castle. It's 10 o'clock. This is Sky News at 10, live from Windsor. Our top story, a huge shock. The Princess of Wales receives that she is receiving treatment for cancer.
Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both.
So proud. The King, facing his own recovery from cancer, praises his daughter-in-law for her courage, while Harry and Meghan wish her health and healing. We'll bring you Kate's statement in full and everything that she has revealed about her diagnosis and treatment.
Also tonight, at least 40 are reported dead and more than 100 injured after a gun attack at a concert hall near Moscow. Reports tonight that Islamic State have claimed responsibility. We report from Haiti, one of the poorest countries in the world, now trying to win a battle against both famine and gang violence. Acrimony at the United Nations as Russia and China block a US resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Why people, including the Prime Minister, are getting cross about the design of the New England football shirt. And we'll take a first look at tomorrow's front pages in our press preview from 10:30 right through to midnight.
Good evening from Windsor. The Princess of Wales has announced that she is receiving treatment for cancer. Catherine's health and well-being has been the object of intense media scrutiny and outlandish online conspiracy theories over recent weeks. Well, tonight, the Princess of Wales set the record straight with a frank video message explaining why she has chosen now to make this news public. The King, dealing with his own cancer treatment, of course, said tonight that he was so proud of Catherine for her courage. Prince Harry and Meghan wished Catherine health and healing for her and the family. Here's our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills.
It is a statement from the heart.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Like any patient, like any couple, it's news that's taken Kate and William time to process. As the Princess explains, her abdominal surgery at the London clinic was a success, but then late in February, other tests confirmed the cancer. It now explains why Prince William pulled out of this memorial service for his godfather, King Constantine, at the last minute. Just part of a sequence of events that set off a chain of conspiracy theories on social media. This photograph released on Mother's Day to try and stop the speculation, only ramping it up further after the princess admitted she'd altered it. Only now can we imagine how the couple must have been feeling in this moment. A statement from the Prime Minister reflected the pressure that she's been under, saying, "She's shown tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she's been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. When it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family. I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she's ready." Prince William has continued to carry on with his engagements as much as possible.
That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I'll pass those on to Catherine as well.
Despite his deep frustration and sometimes anger, as he's felt his family have been under attack. The interest was spiked again with this video of the couple at a farm shop in Windsor last weekend. But we're told it wasn't the media hype that has made Kate decide to make the announcement now. Instead, it's because of her children. Now on their Easter holidays, William and Kate hope they can protect them from the intensity of the inevitable coverage.
I think it's really, unfortunate news to hear, and I think this goes to show that you shouldn't speculate and respect people's privacy.
It's important to remember that we are all human beings and we have to be kinder to each other.
Obviously everyone hopes she's okay and she comes out of it okay. She's so young, the children.
What makes it even more shocking, of course, is the fact this is a family dealing with a double diagnosis. The King revealing in February that he's also being treated for cancer. For both the King and Kate, the kind wishes of strangers have brought comfort. Her father-in-law said to be so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking how she did. It is a heartbreaking statement from a mother now desperately asking for the time and privacy that they all need to heal. Rhiannon Mills, Sky News.
Well, our royal correspondent Laura Bundock is with me now in Windsor. And Laura, we've watched this statement so many times, haven't we? And we both keep saying that every time we watch it, we take something new from it. It was so personal and there was so much detail in it. What is it you're picking out?
Well, it was not the news we're expecting to hear. Look, just remember, the princess did not have to release this video. She chose to share the news, her news, personally. I'm told by Kensington Palace she's in a really positive mindset at the moment, but that this has been a massive shock to her. She's young, she's 42, she's fit, she's active, she's healthy. And she's been under so much pressure recently. The volume of rumours, of speculation, the conspiracy theories, so hurtful, so unkind, so untrue. It's been really difficult, which is why, I'm told that Prince William is on absolute protective mode right now. His complete focus is on Kate's recovery and their 3 children. His family's privacy has always been a red line for him, but especially now. But I certainly think the support of his family will be crucial. The royals seem to be rallying. That very touching statement from the King praising Kate, saying how proud he was of her for being so courageous and giving that statement, describing her as his beloved daughter-in-law. The Sussexes too, Harry and Meghan reaching out as well. So I think take a step back, and there is a huge hope tonight that the family, as they start the Easter school holidays together, and this was obviously the point they wanted to release this news, so the kids aren't at school having to deal with all of that talk in the classroom. The family can come together and will actually be left alone now.
Okay, let's hope so. Laura, thank you. Laura Bundock, our royal correspondent there. Well, our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, has been taking a look at what we know about how the Princess of Wales was diagnosed and what her treatment might involve.
A bombshell from the princess. But cancer is already a harsh reality for so many, and the Princess of Wales now joins thousands of others on a difficult journey.
Mine was caught fairly early, so my prognosis was pretty good.
One mother who knows exactly what the princess is going through is Kate Worth. Kate was diagnosed with bowel cancer in 2018. She had surgery to remove her entire colon. You would have heard the princess talking about the difficulty of breaking the news to her family. That's one of the worst parts of the cancer journey, isn't it? You'd have every sympathy for her.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a young family, very much like I have and did when I was diagnosed. Navigating that for yourself is hard, but then navigating how to explain that to a young family so they can understand the children.
Kate needed 6 rounds of chemotherapy over 6 months to prevent her cancer from returning.
The chemotherapy is hard, and I think that will be, it's testing, particularly with the family. The tiredness, the fatigue.
The Princess of Wales underwent abdominal surgery in January here at the London clinic, and that's when her cancer was found. The key to any successful cancer outcome is early detection and early medical intervention, and it seems as though Kate has had both. There's also another reason for some optimism. New research shows that fewer middle-aged people are dying of cancer now than at any time over the last 25 years.
She needs that space to have her treatment in private.
Professor Pat Rice is one of the country's leading oncologists. Exactly what sort of treatment can Kate now expect?
Obviously, we don't know what cancer it is, and it's not for us to speculate, but it would be probably patients have chemotherapy perhaps once every 3 weeks for, say, 6 cycles. And once you have the treatment, you can get some side effects immediately after the treatment. Everybody is very different in the side effects.
The Princess of Wales has been praised for her courage and positivity. Kate says that will help to get her through this ordeal.
There are days where you do think, is this worth me doing this, putting yourself through it? But it's 100% is.
Nothing could have prepared the Princess of Wales for this devastating news. But she's not alone. The support of her family and the well wishes of a nation will provide some comfort at this difficult time. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
Well, let's bring in our science and medical correspondent Thomas Moore to pick up from Ashish's report there, because as Ashish pointed out, getting a cancer diagnosis is devastating. But what we've heard from the Princess of Wales tonight, and what we heard in Ashish's report there, is if you're middle-aged, and Kate's 42, there are signs of optimism.
For sure, yes. Look, chemotherapy is much easier to take than it ever was, and the drugs are much more effective now. And that is obviously fantastic news for anybody being diagnosed with cancer now. But it is dependent on what kind of cancer you have, what stage it is, and that will determine what drug treatment you are given. And chemotherapy can be difficult to take, but other drugs are much better. Now, we don't know an awful lot about what the Princess of Wales is likely to be having at the moment, but it is going to be much easier to take than it was before, and that is going to set the markers for the weeks and months ahead. She will be having treatments every few weeks for the next 3 to 6 months, probably, and in between those treatments, there will be days where she's not feeling great, and the support of her family is going to be crucial.
And we heard that in the statement, didn't we? Her saying she loves her work. However, she won't be returning until she's ready, and she was quite keen that, almost reading between the lines, don't put a date on it, it's just when I'm ready. And once that treatment finishes, Thomas, what does the next part of the cancer pathway, as it's called, look like?
Every pathway is unique. For her, it will be a matter of coming back for tests to see whether there is any sign of there being some cells left that the chemo hasn't hit first time round. But there will be a large array of drugs that doctors can then turn to give people that best chance of beating the cancer and go on to live a very healthy life.
OK, Thomas, thank you. Thomas Moore, our science and medical correspondent. Thank you. Well, that is all from Windsor for the moment, as we report on the breaking news tonight that the Princess of Wales is undergoing treatment for cancer. We'll have more reaction throughout the evening, but right now let's hand over to Gillian for the rest of today's news. Hi, Gillian.
So, Jane, thank you. At least 40 people, including children, have reportedly been killed and 100 injured in a shooting near Moscow. The Russian government have called it a terrorist attack. An advisor to the Ukrainian president has said that Ukraine had nothing to do with the shootings, but Islamic State are reported tonight to have claimed responsibility. The attack took place at the Crocus City Hall in Krasnogorsk, around 17 miles to the northwest of central Moscow. A warning that this report from our international correspondent John Sparks does contain some distressing images.
The sound of gunfire echoes inside an entertainment complex on the outskirts of Moscow. It's called Crocus City, and residents were gathering for a concert when the gunman struck. Some ticket holders cower on the floor. Others try to run for their lives. Men in fatigues with automatic weapons open fire at concert-goers. They shoot at point-blank range. The number of gunmen involved in this attack isn't clear, but they struck on Friday night as a popular rock band prepared to take the stage. It was organized and vicious, and it was extremely deadly. This, the worst act of terror in Russia in many years. Here, traumatized concert-goers race past lifeless bodies. Streaks of blood mark the floor. The survivors then shove and struggle to exit the building. The gunmen, it seems, were also carrying explosives. A number of loud blasts were heard by bystanders, and 30 minutes after the initial assault, the roof over Crocus City Hall was engulfed in flames. 50 ambulance crews were sent to the scene, along with members of Russia's National Guard. The top police investigative agency said it was treating the incident as a terrorist attack, but it's given no indication of possible suspects. Ukraine has already denied responsibility, however. Earlier this month, the American embassy issued a warning about extremists planning attacks on large gatherings, including concerts in Moscow. John Sparks, Sky News.
Well, our Europe correspondent Siobhan Robbins joins us live now. And Siobhan, a claim of responsibility from Islamic State tonight. What are authorities doing to assure people of their safety?
Well, yes, as you say, Islamic State has claimed responsibility on its social media sites, according to Reuters news agency and the Associated Press. Now, it's important to underline that that hasn't been independently verified, and we haven't had a response from Russia officially on that yet. Also important to remember that Islamic State in the past has claimed responsibility for attacks that it hasn't carried out. And then, on the other hand, another thing to remember is that Islamic State is active in Russia. It was actually earlier this month that the FSB said that it had thwarted a planned attack on a synagogue in Moscow. But it's interesting how this claim of responsibility has developed through the evening, because earlier top security official Dmitry Medvedev had said in a statement, he'd suggested that if Ukraine was involved, and that could be possible, that if Kyiv was involved, that they would be treated mercilessly as terrorists. He wrote on his Telegram site, "Death for death." Now, Ukraine, as John was saying, has denied any involvement in this, and the US has also said there's no evidence to suggest that Ukraine is involved. As I said, Islamic State has claimed responsibility. That's still to be verified independently, and as it stands, people in Moscow are being told to stay away from train stations, that security has been stepped up at train stations, at airports, and mass events have been cancelled.
Siobhan, thank you for that update. A prominent Haitian gang leader who escaped prison earlier this month has been shot dead by police. Ernst Hume was part of a powerful alliance of gangs that have brought violence across the country and attempted to take control of parts of the capital, Port-au-Prince. Well, Haiti is one of the poorest countries in the world, beset in its recent history by natural disaster and political strife. But the country has been suffering an escalation in violence ever since a major spike in gang attacks shortly after President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated in July 2021. The attacks have displaced 300,000 people countrywide in recent years, including 33,000 in the capital, Port-au-Prince, since the end of February. The World Food Programme says about 1.4 million Haitians are on the verge of famine as a result. Our chief correspondent, Stuart Ramsey, sent this report from Port-au-Prince on the attempts to put the troubled country back on track.
They've locked themselves in to keep the gangs outside. Haiti's communication ministry building has been taken over, a sanctuary against the violence that is sweeping Port-au-Prince. They're desperate for anything, they're short of everything. A chaotic queue for meagre supplies of donated food. There's hardly anything. Hundreds of families are now camping here. They've been forced from their homes by the violence. This is the only place they could find that gives them some protection. The elderly and the sick can do nothing but sit and wait and hope that the gang uprising comes to an end. Whole families are effectively stuck in this government building.
I have no choice. I have to sleep here because I can't sleep on the street. It's not safe. There's no government helping us. We need someone to help us out here. Aside from God, there's no one to help us. And we're in misery here.
People caught in the crossfire, some shot multiple times, sit on floors. They're receiving no medical attention. Any medicine they had has long since run out. But there is nowhere for them to go.
I don't know where the bullet came from. I just got shot. I lost everything and I can't get home.
All of these people, unable to leave Port-au-Prince, say the gang violence is ruining their lives. That they're in a government building abandoned by the authorities pretty much sums up the chaos here.
The people here are very, very angry. It's the only place they could get some safety, but they're getting very little help. And they're too scared to go home, or they simply can't get home. And every single person has said the gangs are responsible for this. The gangs say they represent these people. They say they do not.
A police vehicle is now permanently parked outside the presidential palace. It's been the target of multiple attacks by the gangs who are threatening to take it over. Across Port-au-Prince, the signs of violence, burnt-out cars and damaged roads are everywhere. Police stations were specifically targeted. The people here have no idea how this is going to be resolved. The gang coalition, led by Jimmy Cherizier, known as Barbecue, is threatening to increase its violence if Haiti's politicians try to take back control. It means that this always troubled country is descending into even more chaos.
Well, life here has become virtually intolerable for huge numbers of people who live in Port-au-Prince. It's made worse by the fact they have no idea when the gang violence is going to flare up, and so many of the communities have started erecting barricades. This will be totally closed later on to try and protect their communities. Nobody can pass these barriers once nightfall comes.
This major road, all but deserted, signals the start of Barbecue's gangland territory. Nobody drives by. It's a symbol of the gang's power and the problems that Haiti faces.
And Stuart joins us live now from Port-au-Prince. And Stuart, what's your assessment of what you've seen in the country so far?
Well, I've been here quite a lot of times in the past. I have to say this is the most chaotic I've seen it. And the problem is that nobody knows where the gangs are going to hit next. And so it's nowhere is effectively safe. There's meant to be a national council being convened that is meant to take over the running of the country and set a date for new elections, but they haven't met yet. And the gangs themselves have said they're not going to recognise the council anyway, and in fact they have been threats towards politicians who are due to take part in that council. So it is absolutely chaotic here. There's a lot of displaced people. There's shortages of fuel, shortages of food, shops are shut a lot of the time. And as I say, the worst bit about it is nobody knows when another flare-up of violence is going to happen, and when it is, it's extremely violent. A lot of people are being killed, so it's chaotic here.
Stuart, thank you. Russia and China have blocked a US resolution at the United Nations calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It was the first time the US had supported calls for an immediate end to fighting, in another sign that America is running out of patience with Israel. International pressure is growing on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but he seems unmoved, saying his country will go it alone if it has to. Our US correspondent James Matthews reports.
In Rafah, Friday prayer doesn't take place in the mosque. It was destroyed long ago. On a day the world ruminated on the politics of war, its reality gets ever darker. This is footage from the Kamal Adwan hospital in North Gaza. And this is a child called Fadi. He suffers from cystic fibrosis, a condition worsened by war.
Malnutrition is common now. We are receiving more than 50 cases a day.
US Secretary of State Antony Blinken was in Israel on his latest round of shuttle diplomacy. This was an audience impromptu with relatives of hostages.
Thank you, Blinken. Thank you.
Working to bring them home. Private, pointed discussions came with Israel's Prime Minister. Planned military action in Rafah was high on the agenda and amongst US concerns.
We share the goal of ensuring Israel's long-term security. As we've said, though, a major military ground operation in Rafah is not the way to do it.
Strains on a relationship sounded too in the thoughts of the Israeli Prime Minister.
We have no way to defeat Hamas without going into Rafah and eliminating the rest of the battalions there. And I told Blinken that I hope we will do it with the support of the US. But if we have to, we will do it alone.
At the United Nations, in a place where the world speaks its mind, America talked immediate ceasefire at the Security Council.
We want to see an immediate and sustained ceasefire. Of course, we can't just want that to happen. We have to make that happen.
The American shift had the support of the UK and 10 other countries, but the draft resolution was blown away by a Russian and Chinese veto.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you do this, you will cover yourselves in disgrace. Consider once again how you will look before the populations of the Middle East and in front of your own populations.
Had this draft resolution passed, it would have been significant, a collective call for a cessation in hostilities. But whilst it didn't progress, it does reflect the shift in America's position, closer to a ceasefire and to the humanitarian cause, but further from Israel. It compounds growing fracture lines between the allies and reshapes the framework for current talks in Qatar on an actual ceasefire and actual release of hostages. The politics of a ceasefire didn't fly here. They may yet land there. James Matthews, Sky News, at the United Nations in New York.
The European Football Championships are just under 3 months away, but the shirt that will be worn by the England team is tonight at the centre of a controversy involving political leaders, the Football Association and the sports giant Nike. It features a new style, St George's Cross, which Nike calls a playful update. The Prime Minister said national flags should not be messed with. Ashna Haranag reports.
It was meant to be a playful update to unite and inspire. Instead, the new England kit is under fire. because the St George's cross on the collar is not its usual red, but shades of blue and purple too.
I don't like it, to be honest. I like the kit, it's nice, but I don't like the flag.
I just don't understand where all these colours have come from. I'm not with it at all. Are you with it?
I'm not with it.
I believe, regarding most things, that we should just progress and move with the times.
Would it stop you from buying it?
Yeah.
And do you feel the same?
Yeah, I think I do, actually. Yeah.
It's, when you first saw it,
I might not have given it a thought.
Yeah.
But now I know. No, I wouldn't buy it.
It may have put some off, but the players will be putting it on for the first time during their friendly with Brazil. As much as their manager wants the focus to be on football, it's fashion instead.
If it's not a red cross on a white background, then it isn't the cross of St George anyway. So, hard question to answer really, because it's presumably some artistic take on which I'm not creative enough to understand really.
Creative or blatantly controversial. We know it's rare for politicians to agree, but on this, they're on the same team.
Obviously, I prefer the original, and my general view is that when it comes to our national flags, we shouldn't mess with them.
You wouldn't expect Nike to go off and have a look at the Welsh flag and decide to change the dragon to a pussycat. I mean, you wouldn't expect the England flag to be changed like this.
Altering flags for fun isn't anything new. Even political parties have dabbled in the past. It's also not the first time a flag has been changed on a sports kit. Before the 2012 Olympics, Stella McCartney revamped the Union Jack for Team GB. Scotland's away kit this season has a purple flag instead of traditional blue and white. And England have previously worn a reimagined St George's cross in 2011. That designer says there were hardly any complaints at the time.
I'm actually a little bit surprised that this has gone as crazy as it has, because I think, to be honest, that the stuff we were doing was far more controversial, you know, and we very much made the narrative around it. You know, a lot of the marketing campaign and everything that we did was, yeah, absolutely full on. You know, we were absolutely going to take this on.
Nike, the designer of this kit that will see the three lions through the Euros, says it was not their intention to offend. The Football Association has defended the new look and won't be recalling it. Like it or not, the makeover is here to stay. Ashna Harinag, Sky News.
Well, we're bringing to an end our live coverage from Windsor this evening, following the announcement earlier on tonight that the Princess of Wales is undergoing treatment from cancer. She released a very personal video message tonight. Let's get some final thoughts about that statement with Laura Bundock and Thomas Moore. Laura, I'll come to you first. The personal element of all of this, what did you take from the statement? What did the Princess of Wales want people to know tonight?
Well, I think she didn't ever have to make this statement, but she chose to. She wanted to share the news, her news personally, and I'm told that she's in a really positive mindset about this, but it has been a huge, huge shock to her. She's 42, she's relatively young, she's fit, she's active, she's healthy. And I think what strikes me is that plea for time and for space and for privacy, because she has been under so much pressure, the volume of rumour, of speculation, of those conspiracy theories, so unkind, so hurtful. And I think that's why Kensington Palace making it clear that Prince William is doubling down now. He's on absolute protective mode now. Family privacy has always been a red line for him, but his focus is Kate's recovery and their three children, supported obviously by the King, Meghan and Harry offering their support too. But I think there is a huge hope now that the family, as they start their school Easter holidays together, will now be left alone.
And Thomas, that time, space and privacy for treatment and recovery, so important when it comes to a cancer diagnosis. In summation, what did the Princess of Wales tell us about what's going on with her medically?
Well, she feels well. She told her children that she's going to be okay. So one must get the sense that her expectation is that this is at an early stage, that the chances of treatment beating cancer are extremely good. And of course, it may be that the surgery has removed everything that was there, that this chemotherapy is being given as an insurance policy to mop up anything that might be left. But it will still be tough, that the treatment itself can produce side effects which are difficult. They're draining, they're physically draining, and of course that is also taxing mentally, and at the same time she's having to be the wife, the mother, and the princess too. But she is at the moment hopefully going to be a cancer survivor.
Thomas Moore and Laura Bundock, thank you so much for your final thoughts on our breaking news this evening. The Princess of Wales diagnosed with cancer but undergoing treatment, and as Laura and Thomas reflected on the statement there, feeling optimistic. And on that optimistic note, we'll end our coverage from Windsor here and hand back to Gillian in the studio. Gillian.
Sarah Jane, thank you. Well, that was Sky News at 10. Coming up, we'll take a first look at tomorrow's newspapers in the press preview. Tonight, we're joined by the former advisor to the royal household and former Conservative MP, who's now Chief Executive of the charity Business in the Community, Mary McLeod, and the journalist and author Christina Patterson. Amongst the stories we'll be discussing this on the front of the Daily Mirror. Its headline, Kate reveals cancer shock. We'll be right back. I just want to bring you some breaking news just coming into us via the Reuters news agency, and that is that 28 people have been injured in a shooting near Moscow at the Sklifosovsky Institute of Emergency Care in Moscow. That's according to TASS, the news agency. This comes after the news that we brought you that 40 people, including children, have been killed and 100 injured in a shooting near Moscow. But the very latest is that 28 people in a separate incident have been injured in a shooting near Moscow. We'll, of course, bring you an update as soon as it comes into us. You are watching the press preview, a first look at what's on the front pages as they arrive. It's time to see what's making the headlines with the former advisor to the royal household and former Conservative MP, who's now chief executive of the charity Business in the Community, Mary McLeod, and the journalist and author Christina Patterson. They'll be with us from now until just before midnight. So let's see what's on some of those front pages for you now, where one story dominates. Quoting some of the Princess of Wales' statement earlier today, the Mirror has the headline, "Kate reveals cancer shock." The Telegraph leads with a similar headline, "Cancer came as a huge shock." The Eye leads with a simple, "Kate reveals she has cancer." The Times takes a more personal angle, "I'm going to be okay." The Mail also leads with a Kate quote, "I am well and getting stronger every day." Here's The Sun with yet another Kate headline, "Kate, you are not alone." The Star's headline, "Kate, I have cancer." And here's The Express, "Kate, my cancer came as a huge shock." Moving away from Kate, the Financial Times headline is Bank of England Bailey says rate cuts are in play. And a reminder that by scanning the QR code you'll see on screen during the programme, you can check out the front pages of tomorrow's newspapers while you watch us. And we're joined tonight by Mary McLeod and Christina Patterson. Welcome to both of you. Let us start with The Eye, although as we displayed there, all of the papers have the same lead, and that's the revelation that Princess of Wales has cancer. Mary.
Yes, a very sad story, and certainly for I think everyone who heard that today, it's our love and warm wishes go out to the Princess of Wales and her family as well, because I think anyone who gets a diagnosis, it's a shock for them and for the family too, and certainly I mean she'll be in very good hands and in the care that she's getting, and this is something I think that we all felt she was going to be back working after her operation and after Easter, but of course this now we don't know just how long this will be, and they'll be careful not to say anything, just that they've got to see how she responds. But this is pre-cancerous a treatment and chemotherapy that she's getting, so hopefully it's a way to literally blitz anything that there possibly could be that could be cancerous there. So it's a good precautionary measure that they're taking as part of it. But still a huge shock to the family, to her, and I know she would have wanted to be getting back into work post Easter. So, but I thought the interview and the video that she did rather was very poignant, and she was so, I thought, graceful and courageous in doing that. It was quite, I thought, an emotional response, but understandably given what she's saying. But I think all our hearts went out to her in going through this.
Christina, the Eye telling us that the palace not disclosing the type or stage of the disease, but positively Kate saying, "I'm going to be okay."
Yes, well, I think, why should they disclose every single medical detail? I think Kate absolutely has the right to privacy on that. I couldn't agree more, Mary, that it was a hugely dignified and graceful statement she made. And I thought this is a truly remarkable woman, actually. What she has taken on, I think people really underestimate what it is to walk into that family and be under the glare of not just the world's media, but the world's population in a way, a big portion of it, and of course everybody on social media. And I think she does that consistently with huge, huge grace. But I think, I mean, I was 39 when I got cancer the first time, and it is a terrible shock. And I didn't want my colleagues, I just started a new job, I didn't want my colleagues to know I had cancer. I didn't tell them. I told my boss, and I told HR, and I told the editor, and that was it. And I completely understand why she didn't want to tell the world before she was ready. And you don't want people scrutinising every twist and turn and every treatment you have, and whether you're looking gaunt or whether you're looking pale. So I think she did just the right thing in making that message. And I really do hope that people will just allow them a bit of privacy now, because it sounds as if the prognosis is very good. It sounds as if Kate is very optimistic and the whole family are. But even when the prognosis is good, and even when you are optimistic, and even when you have access to probably among the best healthcare in the world, it is still a terrible shock to get cancer. And she will be obviously thinking of her children more than anything at the moment and wanting to protect them.
Yes, and in the Times, well, many of them are quoting the statement that she gave in that video, and she says, most importantly, it's taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that is appropriate for them, and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. So uppermost in her mind, the thoughts and feelings of her children, and perhaps would account for the time that it's taken. And notably as well, the videos come out just at the start of the school holidays. Yeah.
And I think that's important. I mean, I think when someone gets diagnosed, and you will know better than most, you know, it affects others around them too. And so therefore, how are they coping? And with young children, and the Princess of Wales herself will want to protect them and people talking around them. So yes, so having a break for Easter is probably a good time. But it just shows that when people were just having a go at her in the last couple of weeks for not sort of saying anything, and actually we never know with what people are fighting, what battles they're fighting, what things they're having to deal with. And I just wish we all could be a bit kinder to each other in understanding that I agree, there's no reason why she has to declare everything about her health. But what has been nice following her video is just the outpouring of sort of positivity that's going her way. And of course, people are absolutely feeling that for her. And she tries to create a sort of positive bit by saying, I'm going to be okay. And because this is preventative work that's happened. So, but it's certainly for the children that they will definitely be at the forefront of our mind.
Yes, and Christina, the Daily Mail, that brings us on to the Daily Mail, which perhaps is the most positive, highlighting the fact that she's saying I am well and getting stronger every day.
Yes, well, she will want that message to be out there, and she certainly looks well, and I'm sure I mean, the weird thing about cancer is that you don't really feel ill. I mean, obviously, you do feel ill when you are extremely ill, but one day you don't know you've got it, and the next day you know you've got it, and you don't feel any different physically from one day to the next. But she's an incredibly positive person, Kate, and very fit and very determined. And although I don't believe cancer is not a battle to be fought, I'm sure that she will be entirely sensible. She's clearly going to do all the treatments that are suggested to her. I think her lifestyle is essentially very healthy, and there's no reason to think she wouldn't be. But, it is also the case that we never know. You can't know with a disease like cancer.
And just finding that the Sun in this section, the fact that she's being very selfless and thinking of other cancer sufferers and suggesting that they're not alone.
Absolutely, and it is 1 in 2 people will get cancer in their lifetime, and someone gets diagnosed with cancer every 2 seconds. So there's affects a lot of people. What I also thought was amazing was that she talked about the joy of getting back to work, and again thinking of others. And of course, her work touches on mental health, early childhood, and the effect on that, and so many other things that she can actually do more on.
Okay. Mary and Christina, thank you very much for taking us through all of that. We shall see you in the next section coming up. We'll discuss today's deadly attacks in Moscow and their significance against the backdrop of the war in Ukraine. Do stay with us.
I'm Martin Brunt, and I'm Sky's crime correspondent. My most memorable story was, and still is, the disappearance of Madeleine McCann.
Please, please do not hurt her. Please give our little girl back.
We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
For detectives, the first 48 hours after a murder are crucial in the search for clues. The public expects them to find Jill Dando's killer soon. The British detectives are planning to meet forensic experts, academics, and even witch doctors.
I remember the grimmest case, the Soham murders of schoolgirls Holly and Jessica. I felt I can't undo what's happened, but I can help explain it.
Ian Huntley was arrested and charged within a fortnight of the murders.
I've never murdered anyone. I've never raped anyone. What am I in jail for?
The parole board has to decide if Bronson needs to be kept locked up for the safety of the public. My biggest challenge was to persuade a jailed diamond thief to answer my letters. Martin Brunt, Sky News, at the Old Bailey.
Welcome back. You are watching the press preview. Still with me, Mary McLeod and Christina Patterson. Let's have a look at the Times World. We'll go straight into this story tonight. At least 40 people have been killed at a concert hall near Moscow by gunmen armed with automatic weapons. Russia are calling this the worst terrorist attack in 20 years, Mary.
Yes, an awful story taken at the start of a concert of a rock group called Picnic. This is something that immediately, of course, naturally the Russians have come out and said that they will get vengeance for it. But it's the human side of this that is always horrific. And at an event like this where people go for fun, probably lots of young people there too. And it's just human life and suffering again, with 40 thought to be dead and over 100 injured. So, yeah, a massive attack.
Yes, and children included in that number of 40. Islamic State claiming responsibility tonight.
Yes, well, that certainly crushes the Kremlin's official line. I mean, the interesting things about this were, A, that it swiftly followed the Russian statement that they were at war with Ukraine, which is the first time they've said a war with Ukraine rather than a special military operation. And maybe that's why Russia leapt to the assumption that this was linked to Ukraine. But then Islamic, as you say, Islamic State have claimed responsibility, which leaves, I would have thought, the Kremlin in a rather difficult situation, because the Islamic State hasn't really been featuring in their rhetoric on the evil people in the world at the moment. It's all been directed at the West and the UK and America and Ukraine. So that's a whole new enemy. And it'll be interesting to see how Putin responds to that. Because, you know, there's obviously masses of instability in Russia at the moment. And although Putin has just apparently won an election with, you know, a vast, totally unbelievable majority, there is clearly unease, as we saw from the people who were brave enough to protest at the elections. So I don't think this will help.
OK, Christina and Mary, thank you very much. We'll see you at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's take a look at the weather for you.
Warm memories wherever you go. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
We're in for a cold-feeling weekend as brisk winds bring sunny spells and blustery showers, some on the wintry side. It'll be a chilly and windy start to Saturday with a touch of frost in sheltered spots. The southeast will be largely dry, but there will be frequent showers elsewhere, wintry over the hills. The showers will develop more widely through the day, some heavy with a risk of hail and thunder. And there will be a noticeable wind chill as the brisk winds swing round to more of a cold north to northwesterly direction with gales in the far north and west. The blustery showers will become more confined to the northwest into the evening, with any sleet or snow over higher ground.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
It's 11 o'clock. This is Sky News' extended news review and press preview. Our top story. A huge shock. The Princess of Wales reveals that she's receiving treatment for cancer.
Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both.
So proud, the King, facing his own recovery from cancer, praises his daughter-in-law for her courage, while Harry and Meghan wish her health and healing. Also tonight. At least 40 people are reported dead and more than 140 injured after a gun attack at a concert hall near Moscow. Reports tonight that Islamic State have claimed responsibility. Now, the reports of a shooting in a separate location that has left 28 people injured. Plus, why people, including the Prime Minister, are getting cross about the design of the new England football shirt. Over the next hour, we'll be discussing today's news with our reviewers, Mary McLeod and Christina Patterson. And later, we'll have a full run-through of tomorrow's front pages. Good evening. The Princess of Wales has announced she is receiving treatment for cancer. Kate's health and well-being has been the object of intense media scrutiny and outlandish online conspiracy theories over recent weeks. Tonight, she set the record straight with a frank video message explaining why she's chosen now to make the news public. The King, dealing with his own cancer treatment, said tonight that he was so proud of Catherine for her courage. Prince Harry and Meghan wished health and healing for Kate and the family. Well, over the next hour, we'll bring you tonight's headlines, tomorrow's front pages and the views of our paper reviewers. The former advisor to the royal household and former Conservative MP, who's now chief executive of the charity Business in the Community, Mary McLeod, and the journalist and author, Christina Patterson. But first, here's our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills.
It is a statement from the heart.
I wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you personally for all the wonderful messages of support and for your understanding whilst I've been recovering from surgery. It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family, but I've had a fantastic medical team who have taken great care of me, for which I'm so grateful. In January, I underwent major abdominal surgery in London, and at the time, it was thought that my condition was non-cancerous. The surgery was successful. However, tests after the operation found cancer had been present. My medical team therefore advised that I should undergo a course of preventative chemotherapy, and I'm now in the early stages of that treatment. This, of course, came as a huge shock, and William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. As you can imagine, this has taken time. It has taken me time to recover from major surgery in order to start my treatment. But most importantly, it has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Louis in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay. As I've said to them, I am well and getting stronger every day by focusing on the things that will help me heal in my mind, body and spirits. Having William by my side is a great source of comfort and reassurance too, as is the love, support and kindness that has been shown by so many of you. It means so much to us both. We hope that you'll understand that as a family, we now need some time, space and privacy while I complete my treatment. My work has always brought me a deep sense of joy, and I look forward to being back when I'm able. But for now, I must focus on making a full recovery. At this time, I'm also thinking of all those whose lives have been affected by cancer. For everyone facing this disease, in whatever form, please do not lose faith or hope. You are not alone.
Like any patient, like any couple, it's news that's taken Kate and William time to process. As the Princess explains, her abdominal surgery at the London clinic was a success. But then late in February, other tests confirmed the cancer. It now explains why Prince William pulled out of this memorial service for his godfather, King Constantine, at the last minute. Just part of a sequence of events that set off a chain of conspiracy theories on social media. This photograph released on Mother's Day to try and stop the speculation, only ramping it up further after the princess admitted she'd altered it. Only now can we imagine how the couple must have been feeling in this moment. A statement from the Prime Minister reflected the pressure that she's been under, saying, "She's shown tremendous bravery with her statement today. In recent weeks, she's been subjected to intense scrutiny and has been unfairly treated by certain sections of the media around the world and on social media. When it comes to matters of health, like everyone else, she must be afforded the privacy to focus on her treatment and be with her loving family. I know I speak for the whole country in wishing her a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing her back in action when she's ready." Prince William has continued to carry on with his engagements as much as possible.
That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. That's really kind. I'll pass those on to Catherine as well.
Despite his deep frustration and sometimes anger, as he's felt his family have been under attack. The interest was spiked again with this video of the couple at a farm shop in Windsor last weekend. But we're told it wasn't the media hype that has made Kate decide to make the announcement now. Instead, it's because of her children. Now on their Easter holidays, William and Kate hope they can protect them from the intensity of the inevitable coverage.
I think it's really, unfortunate news to hear, and I think this goes to show that you shouldn't speculate and respect people's privacy.
It's important to remember that we're all human beings and we have to be kinder to each other.
Obviously, everyone hopes she's okay and she comes out of it, okay. She's so young, the children.
What makes it even more shocking, of course, is the fact this is a family dealing with a double diagnosis. The King revealing in February that he's also being treated for cancer. For both the King and Kate, the kind wishes of strangers have brought comfort. Her father-in-law said to be so proud of Catherine for her courage in speaking how she did. It is a heartbreaking statement from a mother now desperately asking for the time and privacy that they all need to heal. Rhiannon Mills, Sky News.
Let's see how tomorrow's newspapers are reacting to the story. The Mail leads with the Princess of Wales's increasing strength following her cancer diagnosis. Similarly, the Telegraph reports on her optimism as she undergoes treatment. And the Express highlights Kate's courage for publicly sharing her cancer diagnosis shock. Let's get the thoughts of Mary and Christina. Mary, to you first of all. Well, the Telegraph, they're displaying the sentiment that's in many of the papers, and it's the complete shock at this diagnosis.
Yes, and it was, I think, a shock to everyone, and especially to her, the Princess of Wales, and the family, and at a difficult time anyway, when, of course, His Majesty is also going through treatment. And it was, I think, a very moving video that the Princess of Wales did, and very personal, but just how brave and courageous and dignified and graceful I felt it was, but just been very open about what has been going on. So I think everyone's hearts went out to her and the family to give them as much warmth and support as possible, because it, given that so many people in the UK get diagnosed with cancer, it's one in two people in their lifetime that get diagnosed with cancer. There's lots of people who have, like yourself, who've suffered from cancer. So it's, I think, lots of people, whether they've had cancer or not, just absolutely their hearts go out to her in dealing with this, and just how brave she was in the video clip that she did.
Yeah, and on that, Christina, she didn't need to do the video. She wasn't compelled to do it.
No, she didn't. She didn't, and I thought she got the tone absolutely right. She comes across as such a dignified person, and actually a very generous person, because she thanked people for their support. Well, frankly, looking at an awful lot of the coverage and social media in recent weeks, you would have think thanking people for their support would be the last thing on her mind. But she always, I mean, she took on a very difficult job when she married into the royal family. And at one point in that video, she talks about how her work gives her joy. And I think now is the time for people to remember it is her work, you know, it's her job, but that doesn't mean that people have the right to absolutely every detail about her private life, her health or anything else. So I thought it was an act of extraordinary generosity. And as you say, Mary, half of us will get cancer at one point, but every single person is affected by cancer because we will all know people who have cancer. I spent this morning in hospital with a dear friend who was having chemotherapy, and another friend was sending through photos of her having chemotherapy. It's very widespread, and these are, you know, not old people. So I think as when the King gave his announcement, I think it will reassure people as well. When she says you are not alone, she means it, because you do feel very alone when you get a diagnosis of cancer. But the fact is there are millions of people around the world going through it, and enormous numbers of people in the country going through it at the same time. And I really do think that announcement, I hope it will quell the awful, awful nonsense that's been going on social media. But I also hope that there will be a continuing feeling of solid support for her, and, you know, less of the snarkery that you know, comes out in relation to the royal family. They are human like the rest of us. They happen to have a very complicated job born of historic origins, but they are human beings who deserve warmth and respect.
And Mary, the Princess of Wales appealing for privacy for her family, saying William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. Do you think she will get that privacy now, and we'll see all the conspiracy theories end?
I really hope so. I mean, if anyone's got a heart at all in this, they go, yeah, they can completely understand that privacy is important. It's important she concentrates on her health, on her treatment, getting back to full recovery. And as they're also just to be there for her children, and because no doubt they will be worried too, and certainly her husband and the rest of the family. So there's so much that she has got to deal with. And of course, she's also thinking about her work and the things that she has been so brilliant at, raising issues, whether it's on mental health or early years. And of course, just now she's having to deal with young people, her family, who are having to deal with something difficult in their young years. But just the whole mental health surrounding having a diagnosis like this, which is really, especially in someone so young, because, you know, a lot of cancer diagnoses are for older people, but this is certainly, you know, she's only 42, so it's a young age.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk a bit more about the diagnosis, because our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, has been looking at what we know about how Kate was diagnosed and what her treatment might involve.
A bombshell from the princess. But cancer is already a harsh reality for so many, and the Princess of Wales now joins thousands of others on a difficult journey.
Mine was caught fairly early, so my prognosis was pretty good.
One mother who knows exactly what the princess is going through is Kate Worth. Kate was diagnosed with bowel cancer in 2018. She had surgery to remove her entire colon.
You would have heard the princess talking about the difficulty of breaking the news to her family. That's one of the worst parts of the cancer journey, isn't it? You'd have every sympathy for her.
Yeah, definitely. She's got a young family, very much like I have and did when I was diagnosed. Navigating that for yourself is hard, but then navigating how to explain that to a young family so they can understand the children.
Kate needed 6 rounds of chemotherapy over 6 months to prevent her cancer from returning.
The chemotherapy is hard, and I think that will be, it's testing, particularly with the family. The tiredness, you know, the fatigue.
The Princess of Wales underwent abdominal surgery in January here at the London clinic, and that's when her cancer was found.
The key to any successful cancer outcome is early detection and early medical intervention, and it seems as though Kate has had both. There's also another reason for some optimism. New research shows that fewer middle-aged people are dying of cancer now than at any time over the last 25 years.
She needs that space to have her treatment in private.
Professor Pat Rice is one of the country's leading oncologists.
Exactly what sort of treatment can Kate now expect?
Obviously, we don't know what cancer it is, and it's not for us to speculate. But it would be probably patients have chemotherapy perhaps once every 3 weeks for, say, 6 cycles. And once you have the treatment, you can get some side effects immediately after the treatment. Everybody is very different in the side effects.
The Princess of Wales has been praised for her courage and positivity. Kate says that will help to get her through this ordeal.
There are days where you do think, is this worth me doing this, putting yourself through it? But it's 100% is.
Nothing could have prepared the Princess of Wales for this devastating news. But she's not alone. The support of her family and the well wishes of a nation will provide some comfort at this difficult time. Ashish Joshi, Sky News.
And here's more of the coverage of the princess's illness. The Mirror reports on Kate's personal account, revealing her diagnosis to her children. The Star also reports on her struggle to inform her children. And the Eye reports on Rishi Sunak criticising online trolls and conspiracy theorists for placing Kate under intense scrutiny in recent days. Let's go back to Mary and Christina for their thoughts, and obviously many well-wishing thoughts coming in from members of the public, but also her family, and there have been many tributes. The princess's brother, James, has posted this picture, I think we can show you, on social media. And he wrote, "Over the years, we've climbed many mountains together as a family. We will climb this one with you too." And the Mirror, furthering that theme of family in their headline, "At the darkest of times, they'll pull together," talking about her wider family around her. Christina.
And that's a very moving message from her brother, isn't it? And so pithy. It's just it made me want to just welled up just now, and I'd come across it already. I think one of the many things that Kate has in her favour is that she's such a loving person, and she has very strong relationships with her parents, with her siblings, obviously with her immediate family. And I think with her wider family, the Queen was extremely fond of her. And it's clear from, the Queen Elizabeth was extremely fond of her. And it's clear from King Charles's message today, he called her his beloved daughter-in-law, and I'm sure he absolutely meant that. So I think love heals. I mean, it may not kill cancer cells, but it does aid the healing process. So I'm sure she will be surrounded by love. And I hope that she can shield herself from the negativity that there has been around, none of which is from people who know her. But I just hope that she can draw on the wellspring of love that she will need to get through this.
Yeah, no, that's a really lovely sentiment, actually, that love plays a major part in the recovery, Mary.
Yes, and also I think they've always seemed like a team, a really sort of close-knit team together, both her and the Prince of Wales, and more widely with, of course, the King and the Queen too. So I think they will all be pulling together to support one another in this. And I think the messages that have come out of people being, really positive messages to her. But she is incredible, just sitting there doing that video and saying that she's going to be okay, so incredibly positive. But it's, treatment is difficult, and so I don't think we should underestimate just over the next, for however long the treatment takes, that it will no doubt take quite a bit out of her. But I guess from her point of view, it will be around that this is preventative, to get rid of any sign of cancer at all, so that she is then fully healthy and fully recovers. So it's a difficult message, of course, for family and loved ones, and especially for young children. But I think they will all be supporting her through this. And I think what we can do is just send those positive messages and also just give them the privacy that they really do need right now.
And the Mirror reporting on that personal account that she gave of revealing her diagnosis to the children, which must be
Oh,
incredibly
it must have been
difficult.
absolutely horrific. I mean, hard enough to go through it yourself, but to then, I mean, my friend who I was with this morning, she had to tell her son, and of course it's terribly hard for any child to hear that about their parent. And so you're then, you know, trying not to get too worried about your children. I'm sure she did it as well as anyone could, but of course it's going to be just extremely painful for everyone.
And Mary, partly the decision where we're told at this time that the timing, because the children would be on holiday and would be slightly shielded from the outside world, and they'd be able to come to terms with it with their immediate family.
Yes, and I think it would have been very difficult to do before when they were at school to make an announcement like this, however personal it was. And so therefore now that they're away from school for their Easter break, then this is an opportunity for them just to gather around each other, support one another in this, and hopefully, you know, in between the treatment still have that great family time. And as she says, she just wants, I think, to get back to full health first and then to get back to work, because she does brilliant work, and they both do, the Prince and Princess of Wales, and certainly her work on whether it's about mental health and early childhood and all the other things she does. She really is trying to do things that will make a real difference to people right across this country. And therefore we will miss her, but absolutely she needs the time to really recover.
Christina, I mean, I hope you'd share if you want to, but I wonder if you can kind of talk us through the process of receiving a cancer diagnosis and what goes through your head, what are the stages?
Oh gosh, well, I'm sure it's different for everyone, but yeah, I mean, it's just very shocking. Of course, we all know that. I mean, you know, 39 was young. I was 39 the first time and 46 the second time, and you know, Kate is young, but I'm afraid we do all think it couldn't happen to me. You do basically think that, and then when you do get that diagnosis, you sort of think it can't be true, and then while you're coming to terms with that, you then have to tell the people who love you, and that is very, very difficult. And then you have to face up to the different stages of treatment and surgery can really take it out of you as well. The second time I had cancer, I had major surgery, and I went into hospital with an enormous pile of books thinking I was going to go and interview Martin Amis a few weeks later. I couldn't open a book really for weeks afterwards. I was really knocked out by that surgery. So again, all those people who've been saying, where's Kate, where's Kate? Well, they've clearly never had an operation in their lives, because there are operations you can have and be out of hospital in a day and be fine. And there are others where it just takes time, and however hardworking and conscientious you are, you have to go through it. So, and chemo, I didn't have chemo, but of course with chemo, there are all kinds of things that, you know, there are side effects that you dread, which you know, she may or may not get. But all of this feels like a really tough thing to go through. And that's when you don't have public scrutiny. So all of that with public scrutiny is just an enormous thing. And honestly, she has so much respect for me, I can't tell you.
Christina, thanks for sharing that with us. And Mary, we're going to take a break. Thank you both. Coming up, more stories from the newspapers, including this spread inside The Times on the gunmen who've killed dozens of concert goers in Moscow. Do stay with us.
It's unbelievable, actually, the change. I mean, before, you know, I could barely get out of bed. I couldn't really work properly. But it was, I think, even 3 days after the operation, when we were both lying in bed feeling quite sorry for ourselves in the ward and, you know, sort of wandering around with this massive wound. But in myself, I felt amazing. Like, you've suddenly got life back. You can actually, you know, get up and you want to do stuff.
The recovery took a bit of a while for me because I'm going from 2 working kidneys, obviously, down to 1.
Yeah.
And then it takes time for that one to pick up the slack. So it took a few months for me to get back to normal, but now I'm back exercising again and feeling good.
Max was really sweet. He was so keen to do it, and I was a bit hesitant because obviously it's putting a family member, you know, through an operation just for your own benefit. Max has kids as well, so, you know, it was a big moral conundrum. But he was amazing because he always said to me, I'm really keen to do this. I want to do it. You would do it in my position, and pushed it. I mean, as a family, we've always been incredibly close, and, you know, we're still all very close. And, you know, I don't think it's changed anything between us, you know, because...
I think if anything, it makes you closer. Now you just have that inherent bond together that very few other people do. Obviously, there are other live donors, but it's quite rare and it's quite cool.
Yeah. So now I can ski. I mean, we went before the operation and I could barely breathe and, you know, had to spend most of it in bed. But we've just been as a family the first big holiday since and felt so much better. You know, I've got a new job now. I'm studying at university again. And actually, you know, it opens up a future. You know, before it was a case of, you know, how am I going to manage even living? And now it's, you know, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? I'm ready to crack on.
Welcome back. You are watching our news review, where I'm joined by the former advisor to the Royal Household and former Conservative MP, who's now Chief Executive of the charity Business in the Community, Mary McLeod, and the journalist and author, Christina Patterson. We'll hear more from them in just a moment. But first, at least 40 people, including children, have reportedly been killed and 145 injured in a shooting near Moscow. The Russian government have called it a terrorist attack. An advisor to the Ukrainian president has said that Ukraine had nothing to do with the shootings. But Islamic State are reported tonight to have claimed responsibility, and the US has now said it has intelligence confirming that. Well, the attack took place at the Crocus City Hall in Krasnogorsk, around 17 miles to the northwest of central Moscow. A warning that this report from our international correspondent, John Sparks, does contain some distressing images.
The sound of gunfire echoes inside an entertainment complex on the outskirts of Moscow. It's called Crocus City, and residents were gathering for a concert when the gunman struck. Some ticket holders cower on the floor. Others try to run for their lives. Men in fatigues with automatic weapons open fire at concert goers. They shoot at point-blank range. The number of gunmen involved in this attack isn't clear, but they struck on a Friday night as a popular rock band prepared to take the stage. It was organized and vicious, and it was extremely deadly. This, the worst act of terror in Russia in many years. Here, traumatized concert goers race past lifeless bodies. Streaks of blood mark the floor. The survivors then shove and struggle to exit the building. The gunmen, it seems, were also carrying explosives. A number of loud blasts were heard by bystanders, and 30 minutes after the initial assault, the roof over Crocus City Hall was engulfed in flames. 50 ambulance crews were sent to the scene, along with members of Russia's National Guard. The top police investigative agency said it was treating the incident as a terrorist attack, and extremist group Islamic State has claimed responsibility in a post on social media. Earlier this month, the American embassy issued a warning about terrorist attacks on large gatherings in Moscow. John Sparks, Sky News.
Earlier in the programme, we reported that 28 people had been injured in a shooting at a separate location in Moscow. Those people are understood to have been injured in the first incident, and there has not been a second separate attack. Well, let's take a look at some of the newspapers now concerning this story. The Times World has an entire spread on the attack by gunmen who opened fire on concert-goers at Russia's Crocus City Hall. The Eye adds that ISIS claimed responsibility for the attack that's killed dozens of people and injured more than 100 others. Well, let's get the thoughts now of Mary and Christina once again. Mary, to you first of all. This quite shocking incident, 40 music fans killed in Moscow, including children, and many others injured. Yes, and awful. It's supposedly the worst terrorist attack in Russia for over 20 years. So it's definitely really disturbing, and certainly when it's at a music venue as well, that where it's a popular rock band and called Picnic, and I think that therefore you'd expect quite a lot of young people there. There were 6,000 people in the City Hall, Crocus City Hall. So yeah, and so really awful. I mean, I think it was 4 terrorists who'd come in, so that 40 people killed is a huge number for an event like that, and therefore I think that's why the stories probably have just been confusing in a way initially about how many and whether one attack or 2 attacks. But of course, this is not something that Putin would have expected right now. He's just been through elections where supposedly he got a ridiculously incredible large majority in that election, but we still saw during that election period there was people who were protesting as part of it. So it wasn't clear initially even who had done it, and of course Putin was probably pointing the finger more towards Ukraine, but now we've found out it's not, it's the Islamic State. So it's again it's a human story of loss of life and injury where these are innocent civilians. Yes, and as you say, Islamic State claiming responsibility, and that now this evening confirmed by the United States that they have intelligence to that effect. But when you read the witness accounts, particularly in the Eye, people ran and hid. They ran right through the corpses.
I mean, it's just horrific. It's impossible, really, to understand the motivation of people who will go in and gun down innocent youngsters on an evening out. I find it totally incomprehensible. And yeah, I almost feel there's nothing sensible to say about it, except that these are demented people doing terrible, terrible things. And the lives of these people, obviously, everyone who was there tonight, their life will have been profoundly affected. Some clearly have lost their lives. But for those who've been injured, those could be life-changing injuries. It's a terrible thing. I mean, I think that politically it's a whole other deal, because I don't know how the Kremlin will respond to this. It would, for their purposes, have been much more convenient if it had been Ukraine, although extremely unlikely. There is no way that Zelensky would have authorised anything like this. So I think it's an inconvenient narrative for them politically at the moment, because they are at war with Ukraine, they're at war with the West, they're at war with, I mean, they are actually at war with Ukraine, but they are in other ways at war with the West, and they have not stated that they are at war with Islamic State. So it's a whole new sort of battleground.
Thoughts tonight with those that have lost their lives and their families and those that have been injured, as you say. Christina and Mary, for the moment, thank you. Coming up, we'll have a full run-through of tomorrow's front pages and discuss more of the day's news. Do stay with us.